Some stories are buried so deep, they whisper only to those who seek them. Today, we journey into one such forgotten world, a place where history fades into legend. If you haven't already, subscribe to join us on these daily explorations, and keep the past alive with every story we tell. The Tupi civilization echoes of a vanished world in the vast expanse of pre-Columbian South America. Along the warm, humid coasts of what is now Brazil, there once thrived a civilization whose name would echo through history, the Tupi. They were not an empire carved in stone, nor a kingdom ruled by towering fortresses. Instead, they were a network of communities bound by language, tradition, and the pulse of the forest. And though they left no written record, their influence still whispers in the languages, customs, and even the very names of the land they once called home. Origins and early life. The Tupi are believed to have originated far inland, migrating from the western Amazon basin centuries before the arrival of Europeans. Archaeological evidence and linguistic studies suggest that sometime around 2,000 years ago, they began a steady movement eastward, reaching the Atlantic coast. Unlike centralized states, the Tupi civilization was a mosaic of independent tribes, each with its own leader, yet sharing a common Tupi-Guarani language family. Their villages, often built near rivers or coastlines, were carefully placed to harness the abundance of the surrounding environment. The dense rainforest provided food, materials, and natural defenses. The ocean offered fish, salt, and trade routes. A society without walls, the Tupi way of life was one of remarkable adaptation. Villages consisted of longhouses, each sheltering several families arranged around a central clearing used for gatherings and rituals. The people cultivated manioc, maize, sweet potatoes, and beans, crops that thrived in the tropical climate. Hunting, fishing, and foraging supplemented their diet, ensuring year-round sustenance. Social organization was communal. Decisions were made collectively, with leaders chosen for their wisdom or skill in war rather than hereditary right. Knowledge was passed orally, through storytelling, song, and ritual, a living archive carried in memory rather than stone. Beliefs in the spiritual world. To the Tupi, the world was alive with unseen forces. Spirits inhabited rivers, forests, and animals. Shamans acted as intermediaries, using plants for healing and for visions that guided the tribe. Ceremonies often revolved around agricultural cycles, seasonal changes, and rites of passage. They believed in the duality of life, creation and destruction, health and sickness, life and death, each bound together in a delicate balance. Ancestors were honored, their guidance sought in dreams and through ritual offerings. Warfare and the cycle of revenge. Despite their communal nature, the Tupi were no strangers to conflict. Raids against neighboring tribes were frequent, driven by a cycle of vengeance deeply rooted in their cultural code. Captives taken in war were sometimes integrated into the tribe, but others were reserved for ritual execution, a practice that combined warfare, justice, and spirituality. These conflicts, while brutal, were not driven by territorial conquest in the European sense, but by the maintenance of honor and balance within the tribal worldview. The first encounters. When Portuguese explorers first reached the shores of Brazil in 1500, they found the Tupi spread across hundreds of miles of coastline. These first meetings were cautious but not immediately hostile. The Portuguese were fascinated by the Tupi's openness, their willingness to trade, and their vast knowledge of the land. Over time, however, this fragile relationship shifted. The Portuguese sought to establish permanent colonies, exploiting the natural resources of the region, particularly brazelwood, a tree prized in Europe for its deep red dye. They also saw the Tupi as a source of labor, leading to attempts at enslavement. The clash of worlds. European contact brought more than commerce. It brought steel, gunpowder, and disease. Smallpox, measles, and influenza tore through Tupi communities, decimating populations that had no immunity to such illnesses. Oral traditions began to fray as elders, the keepers of cultural memory, died in great numbers. Missionaries arrived, determined to convert the Tupi to Christianity. Some tribes adopted the new faith and sought protection within mission villages, while others resisted fiercely, retreating deeper into the forest. The Tupi way of life began to erode under the weight of colonization, absorption, and survival. By the mid-17th century, much of the Tupi population along the coast had been absorbed into colonial society through slavery. forced assimilation, yet their cultural influence did not vanish. Tupi words became part of the Portuguese spoken in Brazil, from place names like Ipanema and Periti to everyday terms for plants, animals, and food. Even the Brazilian identity itself, with its blend of indigenous, African, and European heritage, carries the imprint of the Tupi. Their agricultural techniques influenced colonial farming. Their knowledge of medicinal plants informed European science, and their stories, though altered by time, survive in regional folklore. What remains unanswered, despite their enduring legacy? Many aspects of Tupi civilization remain shrouded in mystery. Without written records, archaeologists and historians rely on oral accounts preserved by descendants, descriptions from early European chroniclers, and clues unearthed in the soil. How far inland did their influence truly reach? What ancient alliances or rivalries shaped their migrations? And what knowledge, once carried in the memories of elders, has been lost forever? Echoes in the present day. Descendants of the Tupi and related Tupi-Guarani peoples still live in Brazil, Paraguay, and parts of Bolivia. Many fight to preserve their languages and traditions in the face of modernization and environmental threats. Efforts to record oral histories and revive traditional practices are ongoing, giving new voice to an ancient culture. The Tupi may no longer dominate the coasts of Brazil, but their legacy endures in the food Brazilians eat, in the words they speak, and in the landscapes they once shaped. A civilization between memory and myth. The story of the Tupi is not one of monumental ruins or stone-carved chronicles. It is a story written in the tides of the Atlantic, in the shadows of the forest, and in the living memory of a people who once navigated the balance between land and sea, war and peace, life and death. And perhaps, somewhere in the dense green heart of the Amazon, there are still places where the echoes of the Tupi can be felt, waiting for someone to listen. The Tupinamba warriors of the Atlantic coastal along the eastern shores of what is now Brazil, where the Atlantic waves meet dense tropical forests. There once thrived a people whose courage, rituals, and fierce independence left an enduring mark on history. The Tupinamba. When Europeans first stepped onto these shores in the early 1500s, they found not an untamed wilderness, but a vibrant society with its own laws, beliefs, and traditions. A civilization bound together by language, kinship, and the eternal rhythm of the sea. Origins and migration. The Tupinamba were part of the wider Tupi-Guarani language family, a network of peoples whose roots stretch deep into the Amazon basin. Linguistic and archaeological studies suggest they migrated eastward centuries before the arrival of Europeans. Settling along hundreds of kilometers of Brazil's coastline, their homeland was a land of abundance. Rivers, forests, and the ocean provided food and resources. They built villages near water sources, where fishing, hunting, and farming sustained life year-round. Their settlements were strategically placed, both for defense and for access to trade and travel. Life in the village Tupinamba village, or Taba, was a communal space. Longhouses sometimes stretching over 40 meters, sheltered extended families beneath palm-thatched roofs. In the center lay an open space for ceremonies, games, and political discussions. Agriculture formed the backbone of Tupinamba life. They cultivated manioc, maize beans, and sweet potatoes, while the surrounding forest yielded fruits, nuts, and medicinal plants. Fishing was vital, with dugout canoes cutting through rivers and coastal waters, connecting villages and carrying goods. Social structure was communal and egalitarian in nature. Leadership rested with respected warriors and elders, chosen for skill, bravery, and wisdom rather than hereditary rule. Decisions were made collectively, and the well-being of the community came before individual gain. Beliefs and the spirit world. The Tupinamba saw their world as alive, with spirits, benevolent and malevolent, who influenced health, weather, and fortune. Shamans, or pages, acted as mediators between the visible and invisible realms, using sacred plants, chants, and rituals to heal the sick and guide the living. They believed that life and death were part of an eternal cycle, and that honor could extend beyond the grave. Ancestors were revered, and dreams were considered a bridge to the spiritual world. Many of their rituals reflected this deep connection to forces both seen and unseen. Warfare and the ritual of revenge. The Tupinamba were skilled warriors, and warfare played a central role in their identity. Conflicts were often driven not by conquest, but by revenge warfare, a cycle of retribution maintained over generations. Capturing an enemy was not simply a military victory, it was a spiritual act. One of the most discussed and misunderstood aspects of their culture was ritual cannibalism. Among the Tupinamba, the act was not born of hunger, but of belief. Consuming the flesh of a defeated enemy was seen as a way to absorb their strength, courage, and spirit. The ritual was accompanied by elaborate ceremonies, music, and speeches, and often took place months or years after the captive's capture, allowing time for both sides to honor their traditions. The arrival of the Portuguese. When Portuguese navigator Pedro Álvares Cabral arrived in 1500, the Tupinamba already inhabited much of the coastline. Early encounters involved cautious trade, tools and trinkets for food, information, and access to resources. But this fragile exchange quickly shifted as Portuguese colonization intensified. Brazil, wood prized in Europe for its red dye, became the first commodity to drive exploitation. Portuguese settlers sought the Tupinamba as laborers in the extraction process, leading to tensions and conflict. Allies and rivals, the Tupinamba were not a single unified state. They were a network of related but autonomous villages. This meant that alliances with Europeans varied. Some Tupinamba groups formed temporary partnerships with the French, who arrived in the mid-16th century seeking trade and influence. The French, unlike the Portuguese, did not initially aim for large-scale colonization, and often treated the Tupinamba as equals in diplomacy. However, this also drew the Tupinamba into the geopolitical struggles of Europe. By allying with the French, they became enemies of the Portuguese, leading to decades of warfare along the coast. Disease and displacement, the greatest threat, however, came not from European weapons, but from European diseases. Smallpox, measles, and influenza swept through Tupinamba villages, claiming lives faster than the community could adapt. Oral traditions, the lifeblood of their history, suffered as elders perished. Missionary efforts by Jesuits sought to convert and civilize the Tupinamba, often requiring them to abandon their customs, rituals, and even their language. Some accepted life in mission villages, while others resisted and moved inland, deeper into the forest. In search of freedom. The decline of a coastal power. By the late 17th century, the Tupinamba were no longer the dominant power along Brazil's Atlantic coast. Many had been absorbed into colonial society, whether through intermarriage, slavery, or forced assimilation. Others migrated westward, merging with other Tupi-speaking peoples in the interior. Yet, their influence remained. Many Brazilian place names, from Ipanema to Parati, come from their language. Agricultural practices they perfected, especially manioc cultivation, became staples of Brazilian life. Even certain Portuguese words, foods, and traditions bear their imprint. Legends and legacy. The Tupinamba live on in the Brazilian imagination as symbols of courage, independence, and defiance. Their oral traditions, though fragmented, have been preserved in regional folklore. Anthropologists and historians continue to piece together their story from archaeological evidence, early European accounts, and the memories of their descendants. And while much has been lost, stories that will never again be told, songs that will never again be sung, the Tupinamba spirit endures in the resilience of indigenous communities across Brazil. Unanswered questions without their own written records. Many aspects of Tupinamba life remain mysterious. How far did their influence extend inland? What alliances and rivalries shaped their coastal dominance? And what deeper spiritual meanings lay behind rituals that outsiders often misunderstood or condemned? A people between two worlds, the Tupinamba lived in a world balanced between land and sea, tradition and change, community and individuality. When Europeans arrived, that balance was broken, yet fragments of their identity survived, woven into the very fabric of Brazilian culture. Standing on a quiet Brazilian beach today, where the waves meet the forest, one might imagine the voices of Tupinamba warriors, the songs of their rituals, and the heartbeat of a people whose courage still echoes through the centuries. Perhaps in the rustle of the palms or the crash of the surf, the past is still speaking, if we choose to listen. The Tapua, the forgotten tribes beyond the Tupi frontier in the heart of Brazil's vast interior, far from the humid coasts where the Tupi flourished. There once lived a people known not by their own name, but by the name given to them by others, Tapua. To the Tupi, Tapua simply meant those who do not speak our language. To the Portuguese, it became a blanket term for nearly all the non-Tupi Guarani peoples they encountered. Yet behind this single word lay dozens of distinct cultures, languages, and histories, many now lost to time. A name that was never theirs, and like the Tupi, the Tapua were not a single unified civilization. They were a mosaic of inland tribes, each with its own customs, leadership, and language. The term Tapua was less an identity than a label, a way for coastal peoples and European newcomers to categorize the unknown. In truth, the Tapua encompassed many different ethnic groups, from the highlands of the Brazilian northeast to the rugged plateaus of the interior. Some of these peoples, such as the Amur, Tramamb, and Kariri, would become known individually in colonial records. Others remain nameless, remembered only through fragments of pottery, scattered oral traditions, and the descriptions of 16th and 17th century explorers dot the land of the Tapawith Tapua, inhabited regions that were different from the lush coasts. Their territories stretched across the Soweto, a vast and often arid interior marked by thorny scrubland, rocky outcrops, and seasonal rivers. Here, survival demanded resilience. These landscapes shaped their way of life. Unlike the Tupi, who practiced extensive agriculture along fertile riversides, many Tapua tribes combined small-scale farming with hunting, fishing, and foraging. They adapted to the seasonal rhythms of rain and drought, moving strategically to follow game and water sources. Houses, tools, and daily life. Tapua villages were typically smaller and more dispersed than the large tabas of the Tupi. Their dwellings varied from simple huts of palm thatch to more complex structures adapted to local materials. Pottery making was widespread, as were stone and bone tools, skillfully crafted for hunting and food preparation. Weapons reflected the challenges of the interior. The bow and arrow was common, but some groups also used throwing spears and clubs. Hunting dogs accompanied them, aiding in the pursuit of armadillos, deer, and wild pigs. Fishing in seasonal rivers provided protein during the wet months, while preserved fruits, seeds, and dried meat sustained them through the dry season. Beliefs and spiritual practices. While the spiritual traditions of the Tapua varied widely, certain patterns emerged from European accounts and anthropological reconstructions. Like many indigenous peoples of South America, they viewed the natural world as animated by spirits, some protective, others dangerous. Shamans acted as healers, visionaries, and guides, using plant medicines, chants, and ritual dances to maintain harmony between the human and spiritual realms. Ritual gatherings often marked changes in the seasons, successful hunts, or the resolution of conflicts. Body painting, feathered headdresses, and carved ornaments featured prominently in ceremonial attire, signaling both identity and status. War and the Tupi frontier. The Tapua's relationship with their Tupi-speaking neighbors was complex. To the Tupi, they were outsiders, often rivals in competition for hunting grounds and trade routes. Raids and counter-raids were common, with both sides taking captives. While the Tupi saw themselves as more civilized, the Tapua were equally skilled in war, employing ambush tactics and deep knowledge of the terrain to defend their lands. When Europeans arrived in the early 1500s, they encountered the Tapua primarily through the lens of these coastal rivalries. The Portuguese quickly learned that the Tapua, though scattered, could be formidable allies or dangerous enemies. Contact and resistance. The first sustained contact between the Tapua and Europeans often came through conflict. Colonial expeditions, moving inland for gold, land, or captives, encountered fierce resistance from Tapua warriors. Unlike the coastal Tupi, many Tapua were less willing to integrate into mission settlements or adopt European customs. In the 17th century, as Portuguese settlers pushed deeper into the interior, the Tapua became entangled in a brutal cycle of warfare. The Bandeirantes, armed expeditions from São Paulo, sought indigenous captives to work in coastal plantations and settlements. The Tapua, in turn, retaliated against outposts, farms, and convoys. One of the most infamous episodes was the so-called Tapua Wars in the northeast, where confederations of interior tribes resisted Portuguese expansion for decades. Their resistance slowed colonization and forced settlers to adapt to the challenges of the Sertão, disease, and decliners. With so many indigenous peoples of the Americas, the most devastating blow came not from European weapons, but from European diseases. Smallpox, measles, and influenza spread along trade and war routes, reaching even the most remote Tapua communities. Populations collapsed, sometimes within a single generation. Entire languages vanished, and oral traditions were lost before they could be recorded. By the 18th century, many Tapua groups had been absorbed into colonial society through enslavement, intermarriage, or the refuge of mission villages. Others retreated into the most inaccessible regions, preserving fragments of their culture in isolation. Legacy and memory today. The term Tapua survives in Brazilian Portuguese as a reminder of this history, though often without recognition of its original meaning. It is still sometimes used inaccurately to refer to any non-Tupi indigenous person. Yet, traces of Tapua heritage remain. Place names, agricultural techniques adapted to the dry lands, and fragments of language embedded in regional dialects are silent witnesses to a world that once was. Archaeologists continue to find evidence, pottery shards, burial sites, ancient tools that speaks to their ingenuity and adaptability. A vanished mosaics story of the Tapua is a reminder that history often records the names given by others, not the ones that people chose for themselves. Behind the Portuguese and Tupi label lay a tapestry of nations, each with its own identity, now blurred by time. We may never know the full scope of their beliefs, the depth of their oral histories, or the complexity of their alliances and rivalries. But in the rugged landscapes they once roamed, and in the resilience of the indigenous descendants who remain, their presence is still felt. The unanswered questions: how many separate nations were once called Tapua? What knowledge of the Sertão, its plants, its animals, its cycles, has been lost forever? And how might their history look if told in their own words, rather than through the accounts of outsiders? Echoes in the Sertão as the dry wind moves over the thorny scrub and the sun sets over Brazil's interior. The land still holds the memory of the Tapua. The trails they walked, the rivers they fished, the hills from which they watched for intruders all remain. Silent markers of a people who refused to be easily conquered. Perhaps in the quiet of the Sertão, their footsteps can still be heard if one listens closely enough. The Marora Culture, the enigma of the island civilization in the mouth of the mighty Amazon River, where fresh and salt waters meet in restless tides, lies Marora Island, the largest river island in the world. Today, it is a quiet place of forests, grasslands, and winding channels. But centuries ago, it was the heart of a remarkable civilization whose scale and sophistication would astonish archaeologists. The Marora Culture. They built monumental earthworks, crafted intricate ceramics, and sustained a complex society in a landscape that seems, at first glance, hostile to such grandeur. And yet, much of their story remains locked in silence. The land and its challenges. Island covers an area larger than many countries, but its low, flat terrain is flooded for months each year. The combination of tropical rains and the Amazon's seasonal rise creates vast wetlands, a challenging environment for permanent settlement. Yet, the Marora turned these challenges into advantages. Archaeological evidence suggests that they transformed parts of the island into an engineered landscape, raising enormous mounds to serve as dwelling sites safe from floods, and carving networks of channels to manage water and fish migration. These feats required coordination, planning, and communal labor, hallmarks of an organized society. Origins and timeline. The Marora culture flourished between approximately 400 CE and 1400 CE. Though some evidence suggests earlier occupation, scholars believe they developed from earlier Amazonian societies, possibly influenced by contacts with peoples from the Andes and Caribbean. At their height, they may have numbered in the tens of thousands, spread across dozens of settlements. Each mound, or teso, served as the foundation for homes, plazas, and ceremonial structures, rising like islands above the floodplain. Life on the mounds. The layout of Marora settlements reveals a sophisticated social structure. Larger mounds appear to have served as central hubs, surrounded by smaller satellite mounds. This suggests a hierarchy, with political or ceremonial leadership concentrated in certain communities. Agriculture was central to survival. The Marora cultivated maize, manioc, and sweet potatoes, supplementing their diet with fishing, hunting, and gathering forest fruits. They also practiced aquaculture, using constructed ponds and channels to raise fish, a sustainable innovation in a water-rich landscape. Homes were built from wood and thatch, elevated on the mounds to avoid floods. Communal spaces may have hosted markets, rituals, and gatherings, binding the community together through shared activity. Ceramics, art, and identity. The Marora are perhaps best known for their elaborate ceramics. Considered among the finest in the Americas, these vessels, urns, and figurines were decorated with complex geometric patterns, animal motifs, and human figures. The designs often featured interlocking spirals, stylized birds, and reptiles, images that may have carried symbolic or spiritual meanings. Some of the most striking pieces were funerary urns, often holding the remains of important individuals. These urns were richly painted in red, white, and black, their surfaces carved or incised with scenes that may depict mythological stories or rites of passage. To this day, scholars debate their full meaning. Were they a record of lineage, a guide for the soul's journey, or a symbolic reflection of the cycles of life and death? Beliefs in the spiritual world. Though the Marora left no written language, their art offers glimpses into their worldview. Many scholars believe the motifs in their ceramics reflect a cosmology linking the natural and spiritual realms. Birds may have symbolized the sky world, while snakes and fish represented the watery underworld. Humans, often shown in dynamic poses, could represent shamans or ancestral figures bridging these realms. Burial practices further reveal spiritual beliefs. High-status individuals were interred in large urns, sometimes accompanied by offerings. These rites suggest a belief in an afterlife and in the continued influence of the dead on the living. Trade and contact. Marora artifacts have been found far beyond the island, indicating trade or cultural exchange with other Amazonian and coastal peoples. In return, they may have acquired exotic materials such as rare stones, shells, and pigments. The scale of their mound building and the uniformity of their ceramic styles point to strong cultural cohesion, a shared identity that extended across the island's settlements. The mystery of their decline around 1400 CE, Marora culture began to wane. Archaeologists debate the causes. Some suggest environmental changes, perhaps shifts in flooding patterns, disrupted agriculture, and fish production. Others propose internal social upheaval, warfare, or the arrival of new groups who absorbed or displaced the Marajoara. By the time Europeans reached the region in the 16th century, the great mounds still stood, but the society that built them had faded. Later, colonial accounts mentioned indigenous groups on the island, but none with the same scale of organization or artistry. Rediscovery and research for centuries. The mounds lay largely undisturbed, their ceramics buried beneath soil and vegetation. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, collectors and archaeologists began excavations, revealing the extent of Marora artistry. Unfortunately, early digs often removed artifacts without proper documentation, scattering pieces across museums and private collections worldwide. In recent decades, more systematic research has begun to piece together their history. Modern archaeological techniques, including soil analysis and remote sensing, have revealed that the mounds were not isolated. They formed part of an extensive human-modified landscape, challenging earlier assumptions that Amazonia could not support complex societies. Legacy and significance. The Marora challenged the outdated notion that the Amazon was home only to small, scattered groups before European contact. Instead, they demonstrate that large, organized societies could thrive in even the most challenging environments, using ingenuity to adapt to seasonal extremes. Their ceramics remain a cultural treasure of Brazil, celebrated for their beauty and complexity. For descendants of Amazonian peoples, the Marora stand as proof of the deep history and sophistication of indigenous civilizations long before colonization. What we still don't know despite growing knowledge, major questions remain. What political structures held the Marora together? Did they have written symbols now lost to time? How exactly did they manage their intricate water systems? And what myths and histories, once passed down in stories and rituals, have vanished forever? The silent mounds today. If you travel to Marajo Island, you can still see the great mounds rising above the fields, their slopes now covered in grass, trees, and grazing cattle. The wind over the floodplain whispers across the earthworks, and if you listen closely, it is as if the land itself remembers. The Marora may be gone, but their island remains, still cradled between river and sea. still holding the secrets of a civilization that mastered both water and earth. Perhaps, one day, the mounds will speak again. The Santarim Culture, guardians of the Amazon's confluence in the heart of the Brazilian Amazon, where the deep, dark waters of the Tapua River meet the broad, muddy current of the Amazon, there once thrived a civilization whose artistry and craftsmanship still captivate the modern world, the Santarim Culture. Long before Europeans sailed into these waters, the people of Santarim were already masters of pottery, skilled traders, and keepers of a rich spiritual tradition. Their legacy lies buried beneath the soil, yet their creations, intricate, almost hypnotic, continued to speak across centuries. A civilization at the crossroads, the Santarim culture emerged in the lower Amazon region. Centered near present-day Santarém, in the Brazilian state of Para, the confluence of the Tapuas and Amazon rivers was no ordinary meeting of waters. It was a hub of travel and trade. Here, people could journey upstream into the deep interior or downriver toward the Atlantic coast. Archaeological evidence suggests the culture flourished from around 1000 CE to the arrival of Europeans in the early 1500s. This strategic location made the Santarim both a bridge and a gatekeeper between distant Amazonian societies. The land and its abundance. The Tapua region is rich in resources. Dense forests provided timber, fruits, medicinal plants, and game. The rivers offered fish, turtles, and manatees, while fertile floodplains supported agriculture. The Santarim cultivated manioc, maize, beans, and squash, creating a steady food supply that allowed for permanent, complex settlements. But this abundance came with challenges. Seasonal floods required planning and adaptation. The Santarim responded with elevated dwellings, earthworks, and storage methods to preserve food through the changing seasons. Masters of ceramic art. What sets the Santarim culture apart is their extraordinary pottery. Their ceramic tradition, often referred to as Tapua pottery, is considered among the most sophisticated. In pre-Columbian South America, Santarim artisans produced vessels, figurines, and ritual objects with incredible detail and complexity. Many pieces incorporated sculpted animal and human forms, blending realistic features with stylized, geometric patterns. Feline figures, birds, fish, and supernatural beings appear frequently, perhaps representing spiritual protectors or mythic ancestors. They also perfected the use of polychrome painting and dicing, and in some cases created ceramics with open-work designs, delicate patterns carved through the clay before firing, producing pieces that were as much sculpture as functional vessel. The spiritual world. The imagery on Santarim ceramics offers glimpses into their belief system. Many figures appear in transformational poses, half human, half animal, suggesting a shamanic tradition in which spiritual leaders could journey between realms or take on the attributes of sacred creatures. Some vessels depict scenes that may represent fertility rites, healing ceremonies, or mythological narratives. Archaeologists have found ceramic trumpets, whistles, and flutes, indicating that music played a role in both ritual and daily life. Burial practices further underscore their spiritual complexity. High-status individuals were sometimes interred with elaborate ceramic offerings, perhaps to guide and protect them in the afterlife. Trade and cultural connections. The location of Santarim made it a keynote in Amazonian trade networks. Archaeologists have found evidence of exotic goods, such as marine shells from the distant coast and stones from far inland, suggesting that the Santarim exchanged their renowned ceramics and agricultural surplus for materials not found locally. Some pottery styles and motifs hint at influences from other major Amazonian cultures, such as the Marora to the northeast. This exchange of ideas and goods reveals that far from being isolated, the Santarim were part of a dynamic web of interlinked societies. Daily life and society. While the details of Santarim political structure remain unclear, the scale of their settlements and the specialization of their craft suggest a stratified society. Skilled artisans likely worked full-time on ceramics, supported by farmers, fishers, and hunters who sustained the population. Villages would have been arranged along the riverbanks, with communal spaces for gatherings and markets. Elevated wooden houses, built to withstand seasonal flooding, stood above the ground on posts. The rivers served as highways, connecting settlements both near and far. The arrival of Europeans. When Europeans first reached the Amazon in the early 1500s, They encountered a vibrant Santarim society. Chroniclers described large, well-organized villages, plentiful food, and striking works of art. But these encounters also brought disruption. Foreign diseases, against which the Santarim had no immunity, spread quickly. Trade routes were destabilized, and colonial expeditions introduced new forms of conflict. Within a century, the flourishing culture began to fragment, decline and disappearance. By the 1600s. The Santarim culture as it had existed for centuries had largely disappeared. Some descendants were absorbed into other indigenous groups, while others became part of the emerging colonial society. Their cities and ceremonial centers fell silent, their mounds covered by forest, yet their ceramics remained, buried in the earth, enduring, fragile testaments to their artistry. Rediscovery. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, explorers, collectors, and archaeologists began to unearth Santarim pottery. Unfortunately, much of this early excavation was depletion, with artifacts removed without careful recording of their context. Many pieces were scattered into private collections around the world. Modern archaeology has begun to correct this, using careful stratigraphic excavation, radiocarbon dating, and analysis of settlement patterns. These studies have revealed that the Santarim were not a small, isolated tribe, but the center of a complex regional culture, legacy and mystery. The Santarim challenge old assumptions about the Amazon. For centuries, outsiders believed the rainforest could not sustain large, complex societies. The evidence from Santarim, with its dense settlements, specialized artisans, and far-reaching trade, tells a different story. Their ceramic art remains their most enduring legacy, influencing modern Brazilian artists and serving as a cultural touchstone for indigenous heritage in the Tapua region. Unanswered questions. Much remains unknown. How was political power organized in Santarim society? Were there ceremonial mounds, the centers of regional governance, or primarily religious sites? And what stories did their art truly tell? Myths now forever silent. Without written records, we are left to interpret through fragments: a vessel's curve, a figure's posture, a symbol etched in clay 1,000 years ago, the meeting of the waters today, standing where the green waters of the Tapua flow alongside the brown flood of the Amazon. It is easy to imagine the Santarim canoes gliding past, their hulls laden with goods, their paddlers moving to the rhythm of the river. The people are gone, but the confluence remains, as eternal as the currents that once carried their trade, their stories, and their dreams. And perhaps, somewhere beneath the soil of Santarim, more secrets wait, ready to emerge into the light. The Araeta keepers of the river and the sky deep within the Brazilian Amazon, in the dense forests and winding rivers of the Xingu region, lives a people whose way of life remains one of the most intimate portraits of Amazonian tradition. In the modern era, the Araeta, they are hunters, farmers, and poets, warriors and dancers, a society whose rhythms follow both the flow of the river and the path of the stars. Unlike the great civilizations that once flourished and vanished, the Araeta still walk their ancestral lands, carrying forward customs that reach back countless generations. But their world, like the rainforest itself, stands at a delicate crossroads. A people of the Xingutha Araeta belong to the Tupi Guarani language family, yet they are not part of the large coastal Tupi societies encountered by Europeans centuries ago. Instead, they inhabit a remote stretch of the Media Xingu River in Pada, in villages surrounded by rainforest and floodplain. They were one of the last indigenous groups in Brazil to make peaceful contact with the outside world. In 1976, after decades of avoiding or resisting encroachment, before then, they lived largely in isolation, their worldview shaped by the forest, the river, and their own rich oral traditions. Life in the Villajan Araeta village is a circle of houses, each home belonging to a nuclear family, arranged around a central plaza. This open space is the heart of community life, a place for ceremonies, political discussions, and daily interaction. Agriculture sustains them, with fields of manioc, maize, sweet potatoes, and bananas. They supplement this with hunting monkeys, peccaries, tapirs, and birds, and fishing with bows, arrows, and sometimes nets. Gathering wild fruits and forest products rounds out their diet. The seasonal flood cycles of the Xingu dictate the pace of life. Planting, harvesting, hunting, and fishing all shift with the waters, and the village adapts accordingly. social bonds and structure. The Araeta live in small, close-knit communities, often fewer than 300 people in a village. Leadership is informal. Respected elders and skilled orators guide decisions, but consensus is key. Generosity and reciprocity are central values. Food, tools, and goods are freely shared among kin and neighbors. Marriage ties link families, strengthening bonds within and between villages. Conflict, when it arises, is resolved through dialogue, ritual, or temporary separation, as harmony within the group is considered vital for survival. The spiritual universe, the Araeta world, is alive with spirits, ancestors, and gods. Central to their belief system are the Mai, divine beings who dwell in the sky. After death, the Araeta believe a person's spirit ascends to live among the Mai, partaking in an eternal feast. This vision of the afterlife shapes their rituals. Funerary rites involve song, dance, and the sharing of food, guiding the spirit toward its new home. The songs themselves are more than art. They are acts of communication with the divine, preserving ancient narratives that recount the deeds of gods, ancestors, and culture heroes. Shamans play an essential role, mediating between the human world and the Mai, healing the sick, and interpreting dreams as messages from the spiritual realm. Music, poetry, and dance. The Araeta are renowned for their musical traditions. Singing is a communal art, often accompanied by rattles, flutes, and the rhythm of dancing feet. Songs may recount mythic journeys, praise the beauty of nature, or mark life cycle events. Dance is equally important, binding the community together in movement and expression. Some dances are light-hearted, celebrating abundance or love, while others are solemn, performed during rituals of mourning or spiritual renewal. Warfare and alliances. Historically, the Araeta engaged in both alliance and conflict with neighboring indigenous groups. Warfare was not constant, but was deeply tied to cycles of revenge, similar to other Tupi-Guarani peoples. Captives could be ritually adopted into the community, strengthening ties and bringing new skills or stories. Today, the pressures of outside contact have reshaped these dynamics. While violent conflict between tribes is now rare, the memory of past hostilities remains part of Araeta oral history. First contact and change. When the Araeta were first approached by agents of Brazil's National Indian Foundation FUNI in 1976, they lived in a state of cautious distance from outsiders, shaped by previous encounters with non-indigenous groups that had often ended in violence. Contact brought both opportunities and challenges. Medical care reduced the toll of infectious diseases, but the Araeta also became more vulnerable to illnesses previously unknown to them. Their numbers had already been reduced by earlier epidemics, and the transition to regular interaction with the national society altered aspects of their daily life. Adaptation and continuity. Despite these changes, the Araeta have maintained a strong cultural identity. They continue to farm traditional crops, hunt and fish in familiar territories, and pass down their myths and songs. Younger generations learn from elders not only the skills of survival, but the values and cosmology that define the Araeta worldview. Portuguese words have entered their language through contact, and manufactured goods, metal tools, clothing, and cooking pots have been integrated into daily life. Yet the core rhythms of Araeta life remain tied to the forest and river. Threats to the forest today. The greatest challenge to the Araeta comes from beyond their village boundaries. Logging, mining, and illegal fishing threaten the ecosystems on which they depend. Encroachment by outsiders risks not only their land but their health, as new waves of disease can still spread rapidly in small, remote populations. Government demarcation of indigenous territories offers some protection, but enforcement is often inconsistent. The Araeta's survival depends on the preservation of the forest, not only as a resource, but as the living foundation of their culture and spirituality. The Araeta in the modern world. The Araeta stand as a living link between past and present Amazonia. Unlike ancient civilizations known only through artifacts, they embody traditions still practiced, songs still sung, and rituals still alive in the 21st century. Their continued existence challenges the notion that indigenous cultures inevitably vanish under the pressure of modernity. Instead, they show that adaptation can coexist with cultural resilience, so long as the environment and autonomy that sustain them are protected. What we still don't know despite anthropological research, much of the Araeta's history before the 20th century remains unrecorded. How did they come to settle in their current territory? What ancient alliances or migrations shaped their traditions? And what myths, known only in Araeta, remain untranslated and unheard by the outside world? These unanswered questions linger, like the forest mist, present, visible in outline, but never fully within reach. The river and the sky in the early morning, as the mist rises from the Xingu and the first songs of the day drift through the village. The Araeta move through a world where every sound, every gesture, and every meal connects them to ancestors and gods alike. The river carries their canoes, the forest feeds their bodies, and the sky home of the Mai awaits their spirits. In this way, they live suspended between earth and heaven, as their people have for generations. And perhaps, in their songs and stories, they hold lessons the world is only beginning to understand. The Caxinawa people of the Huni, Kuinin, the dense forests of the western Amazon, straddling the borderlands of Brazil and Peru, lives a people who call themselves Huni Kuin, the real people, known to the outside world as the Caxinawa. They are keepers of ancient knowledge, guardians of the forest, and storytellers whose voices carry the memory of countless generations. Their territory, carved by winding rivers and shaded by towering canopy, is both a home and a living library, one they have learned to read with unmatched skill. Homeland of rivers and forest. The Caxinawa live primarily along the Purus and Juru rivers and their tributaries. The landscape here is a tapestry of waterways, flooded forests, and high-ground clearings, each providing essential resources. The river is both road and lifeline, a source of fish, fresh water, and the connection between scattered villages. The climate is tropical and humid, with a rhythm dictated by the rainy and dry seasons. During floods, canoes glide where paths once stood. During the dry months, gardens expand, and hunting trails open deep into the forest. Life in the village Caxinawa village is typically a cluster of houses built from wood, palm leaves, and thatch, set along a riverbank or on higher ground. These houses shelter extended families, each contributing to the communal life of the village. Agriculture is central to survival. The Caxinawa plant manioc, maize, bananas, sweet potatoes, and peanuts, often rotating crops to keep the soil fertile. Hunting and fishing are equally important. Peccaries, tapirs, monkeys, and fish form a regular part of the diet, supplemented by gathered fruits, nuts, and medicinal plants. The forest provides everything: building materials, dyes, fibers for weaving, and countless species of plants used for food and healing. Social bonds and structure. The Caxinawa are organized into extended family groups, and kinship ties shape every aspect of life. Leadership is not absolute, but emerges through wisdom, skill in negotiation, and the ability to maintain harmony. Generosity is a central value. Food and resources are shared freely. Cooperation is essential for major tasks like clearing gardens, building houses, or organizing rituals. Disputes are resolved through dialogue, and maintaining balance within the community is seen as critical for well-being. Huni Kuin, the real people. The name Huni Kuin reflects a deep sense of identity. It distinguishes the Caxinawa from outsiders, not as a statement of superiority, but as an affirmation of their cultural and spiritual completeness. Their language, Hatsukuin, is part of the Pinoan family, spoken not only in daily life but also in ceremonial contexts. Oral tradition is vital. Myths, histories, and moral lessons are carried in stories told by elders, often accompanied by song. The spiritual world for the Caxinawa. The forest is alive with spiritual beings, both benevolent and dangerous. The visible world is only one layer of reality. Beyond it lies a realm inhabited by animal spirits, ancestral souls, and powerful entities, shamans, known as Huni Meka, mediate between these worlds. They use sacred plants, particularly nixie, pai, ayahuasca, to journey into the spirit realm, seeking guidance, healing, and knowledge. The visions experienced during these ceremonies are often expressed in art, song, and body painting. Body painting and Desigan Caxina. Body painting is more than decoration. It is a form of identity and protection. Using black dye from the genipapo fruit and red pigment from uricum seeds, they create geometric designs on the skin. These patterns can signal readiness for ritual, mark important life stages, or serve as protection from harmful spirits. The same motifs appear in woven textiles, basketry, and ceramics, forming a visual language that ties the people's daily life to their spiritual beliefs. Music, dance, and ceremony. Music and dance are woven into Caxinawa life. Songs may praise ancestors, recount mythic journeys, or celebrate the abundance of a successful hunt. Flutes, rattles, and drums accompany dancers in ceremonial gatherings. Ceremonies often coincide with agricultural cycles or social events, strengthening the bonds between families and reaffirming the community's connection to the forest and the spiritual world. Contact and change. The Caxinawa had long been semi-isolated in the forest when the rubber boom of the late 19th and early 20th centuries brought outsiders deep into their territory. Many were forced into labor, and epidemics of introduced diseases caused severe population losses. In the decades that followed, the Caxinawa shifted their settlements to avoid hostile contact, sometimes moving between Brazil and Peru. By the mid-20th century, sustained contact with national societies became more common, bringing both opportunities and pressures to change, adaptation and resilience. Today, the Caxinawa balanced tradition with adaptation. Many villages now have bilingual schools, teaching both Portuguese or Spanish alongside Hatsukuin. Manufactured tools and clothing are used alongside traditional crafts. Medical clinics coexist with the practices of shamans, yet their cultural core, the language, rituals, art, and relationship to the forest remains strong. Leaders work to protect their territories from illegal logging, mining, and deforestation, recognizing that their way of life depends on the health of the land. Threats to the forest. Encroachment by outsiders continues to threaten Caxinawa lands. The forests along the Poros and Jurua are coveted for timber and mineral resources, and expanding agriculture in nearby regions risks polluting rivers and fragmenting ecosystems. For the Caxinawa, these are not just environmental issues, they are existential. Without the forest, they lose not only their home, but the living foundation of their culture. The Caxinawa in the modern world. Caxinawa leaders have become increasingly active in political and environmental advocacy. They participate in indigenous organizations, collaborate with anthropologists and environmentalists, and use modern media to share their culture and voice their concerns. Cultural revival projects, from teaching traditional songs to documenting oral histories, ensure that younger generations carry forward the knowledge of their ancestors. What we still don't know despite decades of anthropological study, much about the Caxinawa remains unrecorded. Their oral histories span centuries, yet many have never been translated. Their understanding of medicinal plants is vast, but much of it is still known only to shamans, and their spiritual cosmology, layered, poetic, and tied to visions, is only partially understood by outsiders. The real people in the early morning, as mist curls above the river and the forest wakes to birdsong, the Caxinawa begin their day. Some paddle canoes to fishing spots, others tend gardens, while elders prepare stories for the night's gathering. They live in a world where the river is a road, the forest is a cathedral, and every tree, animal, and star has a place in a greater design. In calling themselves Hunikuin, the real people, they remind us that identity is not just a label, it is a living connection to land, community, and spirit, and in the quiet of the Amazon, that connection still endures. The Yanomami, guardians of the Amazon's hidden, heart-deep within the dense rainforests of northern Brazil and southern Venezuela lies a world few outsiders have ever seen, a world where the forest canopy stretches like an endless green ocean, and rivers carve silent paths through the wilderness. This is the homeland of the Yanomami, one of the largest relatively isolated indigenous groups in South America. Here, life unfolds in rhythms shaped not by clocks or calendars, but by the cycles of nature, the flight of birds, the fall of rain, and the whispered knowledge of ancestors. A vast and remote homeland, the Yanomami territory, spans over 190,000 square kilometers, crossing the borders of two nations. It is a region of remarkable biodiversity, towering trees, winding rivers, and hidden valleys where jaguars roam and scarlet macaws streak across the sky. For generations, this isolation shielded the Yanomami from many of the outside world's changes, allowing their culture to develop largely on its own terms. Their villages are often days away from the nearest non-indigenous settlement. The journey to reach them involves traveling by river, then trekking through humid forest, where every step sinks into the soft earth and the air is alive with the hum of insects. Life in the Bonotha, heart of Yanomami. Life is a vast, circular communal house made of wood, vines, and palm leaves. These structures can reach up to 100 meters across and shelter the entire community under one continuous roof. Families live along the perimeter, their hearths arranged in a ring, leaving the central space open for gatherings, rituals, and daily activity. This architecture is more than practical. It reflects the Yanomami worldview, life lived collectively, in constant connection with others. Privacy is rare, but so is isolation. Every meal, every ceremony, every decision is shared. Subsistence and survival. The Yanomami are expert horticulturalists, hunters, and gatherers. They cultivate gardens carved from the forest using shifting cultivation, planting bananas, plantains, manioc, sweet potatoes, and medicinal plants. When soil fertility declines, the garden is left to regenerate, and a new one is cleared elsewhere. Hunting provides vital protein. Men use bows and arrows to take peccaries, monkeys, birds, and sometimes larger game like tapirs. Fishing supplements the diet, as do fruits, nuts, and honey gathered from the forest. The balance between cultivation and wild harvest reflects a deep understanding of the land's cycles and limits. The spiritual universe for the Yanomami. The forest is not just a resource, it is alive, inhabited by Zapiripu, spirit beings who influence health, weather, and fortune. Shamans, or Zapieri Thepu, are trained to communicate with these spirits through elaborate rituals, often using the hallucinogenic snuff yakwana to enter visionary states. In these trance journeys, the shaman calls upon spirit allies, often in the forms of animals, plants, or celestial beings, to heal the sick, protect the village, or restore harmony after a conflict. The spirit world and the physical world are intertwined, and every illness, change in weather, or hunting success has spiritual dimensions. Cycles of life and death. Life in the Yanomami community is marked by ceremonies that celebrate birth, honor the dead, and reaffirm the bonds of kinship. Death is not seen as an abrupt end, but as a passage. When a member of the community dies, the body is cremated, and the ashes are mixed into a plantain soup, consumed by relatives in a ritual of mourning and remembrance. This act, known as endocannibalism, is not about sustenance, but about ensuring the deceased spirit remains within the living community, a symbolic act of love and continuity. Contact with the outside world. For centuries, the Yanomami lived with minimal contact with outsiders. Occasional encounters with neighboring indigenous groups or early explorers were rare and fleeting. That began to change in the mid-20th century, when missionaries, researchers, and later gold prospectors penetrated deeper into their lands. These contacts brought new tools, medicines, and trade, but also disease. Epidemics of measles, malaria, and influenza devastated villages, killing significant portions of the population within a few decades. For the Yanomami, who had no prior exposure or immunity, these outbreaks were catastrophic. Gold, conflict, and survival. In the 1980s, a massive influx of illegal gold miners, garimperos, swept into Yanomami territory. The lure of gold brought tens of thousands of outsiders, along with machinery, mercury pollution, violence, and further waves of disease. Rivers were poisoned, hunting grounds destroyed, and entire communities displaced. The Yanomami resisted, through alliances with activists, anthropologists, and international organizations. Their struggle drew global attention, leading to the official demarcation of Yanomami lands in Brazil in 1992. In Venezuela, a protected area was established. As well, these protections remain under constant threat from illegal mining and political pressures. Social harmony and tension, while cooperation defines much of Yanomami life. Disputes do arise, sometimes over accusations of sorcery, hunting rights, or personal relationships. These conflicts are often resolved through ritualized duels, in which opponents strike each other with hands or sticks in turn until grievances are settled. Such practices channel tension into controlled forms, preventing small disputes from escalating into prolonged feuds. A delicate balance. The Yanomami way of life depends on the health of the forest. Every plant, every animal, every river is part of a web that sustains them physically and spiritually. Disruptions to this balance, whether from outsiders, exploitation, or environmental changes, are felt deeply and immediately. Climate change and deforestation beyond their borders also pose subtle but growing threats, altering rainfall patterns and wildlife abundance. The Yanomami in the modern world today. The Yanomami face a paradox. They remain one of the most traditional indigenous societies in the Amazon, yet they cannot remain untouched by the outside world. Leaders such as Davy Kopanawa, Yanomami, have become international advocates, speaking in global forums about environmental protection and indigenous rights. In some villages, health posts and schools have been established, blending modern services with traditional practices. The Yanomami adapt selectively, incorporating what benefits them while striving to preserve their language, customs, and beliefs. What remains unanswered despite decades of anthropological study, much about the Yanomami, remains a mystery to outsiders. How have their myths evolved over centuries of oral transmission? What changes have their spiritual practices undergone in response to contact with new cultures? And how might their worldview offer insights into living sustainably within the natural world, the forest and the future? In the early morning, mist hangs low over the canopy. The forest breathes, the rivers murmur, and within a shabono life stirs. The smell of smoke, the sound of children's laughter, the rustle of boughs being strung for the hunt. Here, in one of the last great continuous stretches of Amazon rainforest, the Yanomami live as they have for generations, walking a path between tradition and change. Whether their future remains rooted in the forest or is altered by forces beyond their control is a question no one can yet answer. But as long as the canopy stands and the rivers flow, the story of the Yanomami will continue deep in the Amazon's hidden heart. The Mapuche defenders of the southern lands in the windswept valleys and rugged mountains of southern Chile and Argentina. A people endured centuries of invasion and change without losing their sense of self. They call themselves the Mapuche, people of the land. For thousands of years, they have shaped their identity through the forests, rivers, and plains of the southern cone. And while empires have risen and fallen around them, the Mapuche have remained a constant force, resilient, adaptive, and fiercely protective of their homeland. Homeland between mountains and sea. The Mapuche heartland stretches from the central valleys of Chile to the Andean foothills and across into the Argentine. This is a diverse and often harsh landscape, from fertile farmlands and dense, temperate forests to high mountain passes and windswept plains. Such variety allowed the Mapuche to develop a flexible way of life. In fertile zones, they became skilled farmers. In forested areas, they hunted and gathered. In the open pampas, they adapted to a more mobile lifestyle. This adaptability would prove essential in centuries to come. Before the conquest, archaeological evidence places the ancestors of the Mapuche in these lands for over 2,500 years. They cultivated potatoes, maize, beans, and quinoa, and raised llamas and alpacas in the Andean highlands. Their settlements were often small clusters of wooden houses, strategically located near rivers or fertile fields. Unlike many other pre-Columbian societies, the Mapuche never formed a centralized empire. Instead, they lived in autonomous communities called defy, each led by a lanco, a respected chief chosen for wisdom, leadership, and skill in diplomacy or war. This decentralization made them difficult to conquer. There was no single ruler to defeat, no capital to capture. Beliefs in the spiritual world. The Mapuche worldview sees the land as alive with spirit. The earth itself, Mapu, is revered as a mother figure. Spirits inhabit rivers, mountains, and forests, and maintaining balance between the human and spiritual worlds is a core responsibility. Spiritual leaders, called machi, serve as healers, counselors, and keepers of ceremonial traditions. Through prayer, song, and the rhythmic beat of the drum known as the culture, they call upon protective spirits and guide the community in times of crisis. The Inca encountered by the late 15th century. The expanding Inca Empire reached the northern edges of Mapuche territory. Inca attempts to incorporate them met with fierce resistance. Although the Incas built fortifications and outposts in the region, they never fully subdued the Mapuche, whose decentralized structure and knowledge of the terrain made prolonged occupation costly and difficult. The Spanish arrive in 1541. Spanish forces under Pedro de Valdivia established Santiago and began pushing south into Mapuche lands. The ensuing conflict, known as the Arauco War, would last for nearly 3 centuries. one of the longest resistance struggles in world history. Mapuche. Warriors fought with wooden and stone weapons at first, but they quickly adapted to European horses and steel. Within decades, they became some of the finest horsemen in South America, using mobility to launch swift raids against Spanish forts and settlements, treaties and autonomy alike. The complete conquests seen elsewhere in the Americas. The Spanish were forced to negotiate with the Mapuche. In 1641, the Treaty of Quilin formally recognized Mapuche autonomy south of the Bayabayo River, a rare acknowledgement of indigenous sovereignty during the colonial era. For over 200 years, the Mapuche maintained a borderland relationship with the Spanish, trading goods but guarding their independence. They controlled their own territory, governed by their own leaders, and sustained their cultural traditions. The 19th century campaigns after Chile and Argentina gained independence. In the early 19th century, the new republics turned their attention to the south. In Chile, the pacification of Araucania, Ibaluling S, brought military campaigns that seized Mapuche lands and confined communities to reservations. In Argentina, the conquest of the desert 1870s-1880s pushed Mapuche and other indigenous groups off the pampas, opening the land to settlers and ranching. These campaigns marked a turning point. Large-scale displacement, loss of land, and forced assimilation policies sought to break Mapuche autonomy. Yet, despite these pressures, their culture endured. Culture and identity mapcrafts, weaving, silverwork, and wood carving carry deep symbolic meaning. Woven textiles often feature geometric patterns representing ancestral knowledge, the four cardinal directions, or the flow of rivers. Silver jewelry, once used in ceremonies and as a form of wealth, remains a powerful emblem of identity. Their language, Mapudungun, continues to be spoken, though with varying fluency across communities. Revival efforts today aim to teach it in schools and preserve oral histories passed down for generations. The Mapuche, in the modern era, the 20th and 21st centuries, have seen both hardship and resurgence. Loss of ancestral land remains a central issue, with disputes over forestry, agriculture, and mining projects in Mapuche territory sparking ongoing conflict. Many Mapuche have moved to cities, but urban life has not erased their identity. Cultural organizations, political movements, and traditional gatherings known as Nguilotin reaffirm their connection to the land and community. Leaders and activists speak not only for indigenous rights but also for environmental stewardship, arguing that the health of the land and the well-being of the people are inseparable. A legacy of resistance from the Inca campaigns to the Spanish conquest. From the Republic's military incursions to modern legal battles, the Mapuche have never stopped defending their right to self-determination. This long history of resistance is not just about survival, it is about living in accordance with a worldview where land is not a commodity, but a relative. Unanswered questions. How did the Mapuche sustain such prolonged resistance against far more centralized powers? What ancient alliances and internal strategies allowed them to balance diplomacy and war for centuries? And how might their philosophy of land stewardship influence the global conversation about sustainability? The people of the land today, in rural communities of Araucania and Patagonia, Mapuche farmers tend crops, weave textiles, and tell stories under the same southern skies their ancestors knew. In the cities, Mapuche youth organize cultural festivals, speak Mapudungun in public spaces, and create art that bridges tradition and modernity. The wind still sweeps across the forests and plains, carrying with it the memory of countless battles, the sound of the cauldron, and the enduring voice of a people who have refused to be forgotten. And somewhere between the mountains and the sea, the Mapuche continued to walk their ancestral paths, guardians of a heritage that has outlasted empires. The Selknam voices from the end of the earth, at the southernmost edge of the inhabited world, where icy winds sweep across open plains and the nights can last for months. There once lived a people whose endurance and culture were as stark and beautiful as the land itself. They called themselves the Selknam hunters of the Guanaco, storytellers of the winter fire, and keepers of a spiritual tradition shaped by one of the harshest climates on earth. Today, they are remembered as one of the most emblematic indigenous societies of Tierra del Fuego, and as a people nearly erased within a single lifetime. A land of extremes, the Selknam homeland was the main island of Tierra del Fuego, at the southern tip of South America. This was a world of vast grasslands, rolling hills, and frigid winds blowing in from the southern ocean. Winters brought snow and ice, summers brief warmth and long daylight. Sheltered forests were scarce, open steppe dominated the land. To survive here required constant movement, skill in tracking game, and deep knowledge of seasonal changes. Nomads of the Hunther Selknam were nomadic hunters. Their primary food source was the guanaco, a wild relative of the llama, whose meat, fat, and hides sustained them year-round. They also hunted foxes and birds, fished in rivers and coastal inlets, and gathered berries, fungi, and roots. There, mobility followed the herds, with small family groups ranging across hundreds of square kilometers. Clothing was simple but effective. Cloaks made from guanaco hides, worn fur-side in against the cold. Face and body painting added protection from the wind and often carried ceremonial meaning. Social structure and kinship. The Selknam lived in small bands, each led by a respected elder or skilled hunter. Kinship was central, with extended families forming the basic unit of survival. Territories, known as Harawan, were inherited and respected. Each family had its own hunting grounds, and crossing into another's without permission could spark conflict. Despite their scattered way of life, Selknam identity was shared through gatherings for trade, marriage, and ritual. These events reinforced a sense of unity across the windswept island. The Hain ceremony, the heart of Selknam's spiritual life, was the Hain, an elaborate initiation rite for young men entering adulthood. It was a months-long ceremony held in a specially built hut, often during the winter. When communities gathered together, elders painted their bodies in striking patterns of red, white, and black, representing ancestral spirits. These painted figures would appear to the initiates, testing their courage and teaching them the responsibilities of adulthood. The ceremony blended drama, myth, and moral teaching, transmitting cultural knowledge from one generation to the next. A world alive with spirits, the Selknam believed the world was filled with Hawin, ancestral beings who shaped the land and the creatures within it. Sky, sun, moon, wind, and sea were all part of a living spiritual order. The stories of these beings were passed down through oral tradition, embedding moral lessons in mythic events. Shamans, or Zon, served as healers and intermediaries with the spirit world. They used chants, ritual dances, and natural remedies to cure illness or restore balance between the human and spiritual realms. First contact. For thousands of years, the Selknam lived in isolation from the outside world. That changed in the late 19th century, when European settlers and gold prospectors arrived in Tierra del Fuego. The settlers sought land for sheep ranching, a practice that quickly clashed with the Selknam way of life. Sheep replaced guanaco on much of the open steppe. To the Selknam, this was simply a new source of food. To ranchers, it was theft. Conflict was inevitable. The Selknam genocide in the 1880s and 1890s, ranchers backed by colonial authorities launched violent campaigns against the Selknam. Bounties were paid for killing them, and hunting parties armed with rifles pursued them across the plains. Settler accounts from the time speak openly of extermination as a goal. Introduced diseases such as measles and tuberculosis struck equally hard, devastating a population with no immunity. Missionaries established settlements where survivors were gathered, but these places often became sites of cultural erosion, as traditional lifeways were replaced by European norms. Within a few decades, the Selknam population fell from an estimated 4,000 to just a few hundred. Displacement and survival. By the early 20th century, most Selknam had been displaced from their ancestral territories. Those who survived lived in missions, worked as laborers on sheep farms, or moved to towns. The Hain ceremony ceased to be performed. Language and oral traditions began to fade, as children were raised in Spanish-speaking environments. Yet even in this time of upheaval, elements of Selknam identity endured in songs remembered by elders, in the designs painted for ceremonies, and in the stories told in whispers about life before the outsiders came. The last generations. For much of the 20th century, it was believed that the Selknam, as a distinct people, had vanished. Anthropologists photographed and recorded some of the last full-blooded Selknam individuals, often framing them as relics of a vanishing race. This narrative overlooked the resilience of descendants who still carried Selknam heritage. In recent decades, communities in both Chile and Argentina have begun reclaiming that identity, reviving cultural practices and teaching what remains of the language. the Selknam are no longer seen solely as a people of the past, but as a living heritage that survived against extraordinary odds. The landscape remembers on the open plains of Tierra del Fuego. The wind still sweeps through the same grasses the Selknam once crossed in pursuit of guanaco. Rivers still cut their paths to the sea, and in the cold months, snow still gathers in the shadow of the mountains. Archaeological traces remain: stone tools, hearths, and the faint outlines of ancient camps. To those who know how to see them, these are not silent ruins, but echoes, reminders of lives lived in deep connection with the land. Unanswered questions much about the Selknam remains shrouded in mystery. How old is their presence in Tierra del Fuego? What variations existed in spiritual belief and ceremony across different family territories? And what songs, once sung to the winter skies, have been lost forever? The fragments we hold today, photographs, recordings, and the memories of descendants, are windows into a culture that thrived for millennia. In one of the world's most remote corners, end of the earth standing on the Fuegian steppe, the horizon seems endless. The wind is constant, the air sharp with salt and snow. It is here, in this land at the very edge of the inhabited world, that the Selknam lived, dreamed, and told their stories. Though many believed their voice had been silenced, it still carries faint but steady across the plains, in the determination of those who claim their ancestry and keep their memory alive. And perhaps, in the sound of the wind itself, the Selknam are still speaking. The Yagan masters of the southern seas, at the farthest reach of the habitable world, where the Andes break apart into a maze of islands and channels, and the cold waters of the Southern Ocean meet the land, lived a seafaring people whose endurance defied the extremes of nature. They are known as the Yagan or Yamana, the canoe people of Tierra del Fuego. For thousands of years, they navigated a world of storms, ice, and endless horizons, thriving in a place where few could imagine survival. The edge of the world, the Yagan homeland, lay along the southern coasts of Tierra del Fuego, the Beagle Channel, and the Cape Horn archipelago. Here, the weather is unpredictable, the winds fierce, and the seas cold year-round. Snow can fall in midsummer, and waves crash endlessly against rocky shores. In this harsh environment, the Yagan did not build great cities or cultivate fields. Instead, they built their lives around the sea, moving with its tides and seasons. The coast was their road, their hunting ground, and their connection to every corner of their world. People of the Canutha Yagan were extraordinary navigators. They traveled in canoes made of bark or planks, propelled by paddles and guided by an intimate knowledge of the currents, winds, and hidden inlets. Families lived and traveled together in these vessels, carrying with them fires built on a bed of clay and sand. The flames kept alive even while at sea. These journeys were not short trips. The Yagan might spend weeks moving from island to island, hunting sea lions, fishing for cod and mussels, and gathering shellfish from tidal flats. The canoe was home, workplace, and shelter. Life on the shore. While at anchor, the Yagan built temporary shelters from branches and animal skins. These camps dotted the coastline, often used for only a few days before the group moved on. Their mobility allowed them to adapt to shifting food sources and weather conditions. Sea mammals were central to their diet, particularly sea lions, whose meat provided protein, whose fat offered vital calories, and whose skins were used for clothing. Birds, fish, and shellfish supplemented this, along with small amounts of foraged plants and berries from the coastal forests. Clothing and survival. One of the most remarkable aspects of Yagan life was their adaptation to cold without heavy clothing. Men often went nearly naked except for a small covering, while women wore simple skins. To outsiders, this seemed impossible in such a climate, but the Yagan relied on constant movement, high-fat diets, and fires to stay warm. They also used thick layers of animal grease on their skin as insulation against wind and water. Social structure. Ancient society was organized into small, kin-based groups, each led by elders who held knowledge of navigation, hunting grounds, and spiritual traditions. Cooperation was essential, for survival depended on sharing catches, repairing canoes, and caring for the sick and elderly. Marriage linked families across regions, creating networks of mutual support. While each group had its own territory, the fluid nature of the sea meant that boundaries were not rigid. Trade and exchange between neighboring groups were common. Language and oral tradition. The Yagan language, Yamana, is known for its complexity and precision in describing the maritime world. Words existed for the different shapes of waves, the quality of light at various times of day, and subtle changes in wind direction. Through oral tradition, elders passed down stories of ancestors, creation myths, and moral lessons, embedding practical knowledge in narratives of the spiritual world. The Kina ceremonies, central to Yagan's spiritual life, was the Kina, an initiation, rite for young men. This elaborate ceremony involved body painting, masks, and theatrical reenactments of mythic events. Elders played the roles of spirits, testing the courage of the initiates and teaching them the responsibilities of adulthood. The Kina was also a social event, bringing together different groups for feasting, dancing, and the reaffirmation of alliances, a spiritual landscape. The Yagan believed the natural world was alive with spirits in the sea, the animals, and the changing weather. Shamans, or spiritual leaders, could communicate with these forces, seeking guidance for hunts, healing illness, or averting storms. Respect for the sea and its creatures was woven into their way of life. Waste was avoided. Every part of an animal was used, from meat and bones to sinew and fat. Such practices were not only practical but sacred. First contact European explorers first encountered the Yagan in the early 17th century, but sustained contact began in the 19th century with the arrival of missionaries, whalers, and settlers. The Yagan's reputation for navigating some of the world's most dangerous waters fascinated outsiders. Mission stations were established, offering shelter, tools, and food. But with them came diseases like measles and tuberculosis, which swept through Yagan communities with devastating speed. Collapse and displacement. By the late 19th century, Yagan numbers had been drastically reduced. Introduced illnesses, combined with the disruption of their nomadic lifestyle, eroded their culture. Permanent settlements replaced seasonal camps. Canoes were abandoned for shore-based living, cutting off the traditional rhythms of hunting and travel. Sheep ranching and sealing operations restricted access to vital hunting grounds. Mission life encouraged the adoption of European clothing and customs, further distancing the Yagan from their ancestral way of life. The last navigators, the 20th century, only a handful of Yagan continued to travel and live as their ancestors had. Anthropologists and photographers recorded what they could: songs, vocabulary, and ceremonial practices, but much was already slipping away. One of the last native speakers of Yamana, Cristina Calderon, dedicated her life to preserving the language, teaching it to younger generations, and helping compile dictionaries and recordings. Legacy and memory. Today, Yagan descendants live in small communities in southern Chile, particularly in Puerto Williams on Navarino Island. Cultural revival projects are underway, from language preservation to traditional canoe building. Though their numbers are small, the Yagan are reclaiming a place in the story of their homeland. Their legacy also lives on in the archaeological record. Shell middens, stretching for kilometers, the remains of ancient camps, and artifacts that speak to a way of life intimately tied to the sea. Unanswered questions. How far did Yagan voyages extend into the Southern Ocean? Did they visit or trade with other distant maritime peoples? And what knowledge of navigation, carried only in memory, has been lost forever to the tides? The answers may lie hidden in coastal caves, beneath centuries of sand and shell, waiting for someone to listen to the whispers of the sea. At the world's end on a calm day in the Beagle Channel, the water lies like glass, reflecting snowy peaks and the silhouettes of distant islands. It is easy to imagine a Yagan canoe cutting silently across the surface, its passengers guided by the same winds and stars that shaped their ancestors' lives. Here at the end of the world, the Yagan once moved like shadows between sea and shore, masters of a realm few dared to enter. And though the canoes are gone, the channels and headlands still bear their memory, carved into the map of a land they called home for millennia. The Araeta navigators of the Patagonian Channel Zine, the cold, labyrinthine waters of southern Chile, where the Pacific Ocean breaks into a maze of fjords, islands, and channels, lived a people whose world was defined entirely by the sea, known to outsiders as the Araeta and to themselves as the Caxinawa. They were masters of a maritime realm stretching for thousands of kilometers along the coasts of western Patagonia. For thousands of years, they thrived in a place few dared to enter, a world of unpredictable storms, icy rain, and towering waves. To survive here was to live in harmony with the water itself. A fragmented homeland, the Caxinawa homeland was Not a single piece of land, but a network of islands, inlets, and fjords, extending from the Gulf of Piñas in the north to the Strait of Magellan in the south. In this fractured geography, the sea was the only true road. Dense forests, rocky cliffs, and glacier-fed rivers made travel by land slow and dangerous. But in their canoes, the Kaveskar could navigate with skill and speed. The climate was harsh. Rain and wind dominated the year, and sudden changes in weather could turn a calm channel into a deadly trap. Yet the Kaveskar adapted so completely to this environment that their lives, their hunting, their shelter, even their spiritual beliefs were inseparable from the ocean. People of the canoe like the Yagan to the south. The Kaveskar were nomadic seafarers. Their primary means of transport was a canoe made from large strips of bark or planks, lashed together with plant fibers. Families lived for months at a time in these vessels, carrying their possessions, food, and even fire. The fires were kept burning on a clay base inside the canoe, providing warmth, a place to cook, and a way to dry wet clothing. Smoke rose from the small flames even as the canoe glided silently across the water, a sign to other Kaveskar that travelers were approaching. Hunting and gathering from the Seetha. Kaveskar diet came almost entirely from the ocean. They hunted sea lions, otters, and birds, fished for a variety of species, and collected mussels, limpets, and other shellfish from the rocky shores. Harpoons and bows were their primary hunting tools, crafted from wood, bone, and sinew. Women played a central role in subsistence. They were the main divers for shellfish, often plunging into near-freezing water to collect food from the seabed. The Kaveskar's deep knowledge of tides, seasons, and animal behavior allowed them to survive in a landscape where mistakes could be fatal. Shelters of the shorewind, they stopped to rest or wait out storms. The Kaveskar built temporary shelters, called choses. These were simple structures made from bent poles covered with animal skins or bark, just large enough to shield a family from wind and rain. Camps were often established on small beaches or coves, with middens, piles of discarded shells, and bones, marking sites of repeated occupation over centuries. Today, these middens are some of the most important archaeological evidence of their long presence in the region. Social organization Kaka society was made up of small, kin-based groups that traveled and hunted together. Leadership was informal, based on skill, experience, and the ability to keep the group safe. Decisions were made collectively, and cooperation was essential for survival. Marriages often connected different traveling groups, creating a web of kinship ties that extended across the channels. These connections allowed for the exchange of resources, news, and ceremonial traditions. Language and oral tradition. The Kaveska language, rich in terms for coastal and maritime features, reflected their environment. It included precise words for different types of waves, winds, and anchorages, knowledge vital for navigation. Oral tradition preserved their history, myths, and moral codes. Stories often involved the sea as a living presence, with spirits inhabiting its depths and controlling its moods. The spiritual world for the Kaveskar. The natural world was animated by Ayama and other spiritual beings who could help or harm humans depending on their actions. Shamans served as healers and intermediaries with these forces, using chants, rituals, and knowledge of medicinal plants to protect the community. Hunting practices were guided by respect for the animals they depended on. Overhunting in one area was avoided, ensuring resources for future visits, a form of sustainable management rooted in spiritual belief. First contact. The first European references to the Kaveskar date to the early 16th century, when explorers like Ferdinand Magellan sailed through the channels that now bear his name. These encounters were brief and often distant, as the Kaveskar's mobility allowed them to avoid unwanted contact. It was not until the 19th century, with the arrival of missionaries, sealers, and explorers, that sustained interaction began. Whalers and fur traders hunted sea lions and otters on a massive scale, reducing a key resource for the Kaveskar. Disruption and decline. Contact brought more than trade. It brought disease. Epidemics of measles, tuberculosis, and influenza swept through Kaveskar communities, dramatically reducing their numbers. Settler expansion and the growth of sheep ranching. disrupted coastal ecosystems, and reduced access to traditional hunting grounds. Mission settlements encouraged the abandonment of nomadic canoe life in favor of permanent shore-based villages. This transition broke the seasonal cycles that had structured Kavascar life for millennia, leading to the erosion of traditional skills and customs. The 20th century. By the mid-20th century, only a few Kavascar still lived as nomadic seafarers. Anthropologists documented their canoes, tools, and oral histories, but by then, much had already been lost. The younger generations grew up speaking Spanish and attending schools in towns, further distancing them from their ancestral way of life. Yet, fragments of the old knowledge remained: how to read the sky for storms, how to build a fire in a canoe, how to navigate the channels without a compass. Legacy and cultural survival today. Kavascar descendants live in small communities in southern Chile, particularly in Puerto Eden, a remote settlement accessible only by boat. Cultural revitalization projects aim to preserve their language, record oral histories, and teach traditional skills such as canoe building and navigation. The Chilean government has recognized parts of their ancestral territory as protected areas, though illegal fishing, pollution, and climate change still threaten the region's delicate marine ecosystems. Unanswered questions. Archaeological evidence suggests the Kavascar may have been navigating the Patagonian channels for over 6,000 years, but how far did their voyages extend? Did they meet or trade with distant maritime peoples to the north? And what deeper spiritual meanings lay in their stories of the sea? Meanings now only partially remembered. Between sea and sky in the quiet of dawn, when the mist clings to the water and the calls of seabirds echo across the fjords, it is possible to imagine a Kavascar canoe gliding between islands, the faint glow of firelight visible against the grey horizon. They were navigators of a fragmented world, reading its tides, winds, and currents with an intimacy born of centuries. And though the canoes are fewer now, the channels still remember their passage, a living trace of a people who once made the sea their home. The Diagita artists of the Andean Vallesin, the high valleys and rugged foothills of the southern Andes, where rivers cut through arid mountains and the sun blazes against a cloudless sky. There once flourished a culture of farmers, warriors, and artisans whose legacy still shapes the identity of northwestern Argentina and northern Chile. They are remembered as the Diagita, a people whose mastery of agriculture and pottery matched the harsh beauty of the land they called home. A harsh but fertile homeland, the Diagita territory, stretched across the present-day Argentine provinces of Catamarca, La Rioja, Tucumán, and Salta, and into Chile's Norchico region. Here, the Andes descend into intermontane valleys, dry landscapes, where water is scarce but soil can be fertile if carefully managed. Rain was infrequent, but the Diagita transformed the land through irrigation. They built terraces along slopes, channeled water from rivers and springs, and created productive fields where maize, quinoa, beans, and squash could thrive. In a place where survival depended on ingenuity, their agricultural skill was the foundation of life. Villages of stone and earth Diagita settlements were often built on elevated ground or near water sources. Houses were made from stone or adobe, sometimes clustered around open courtyards. Defensive walls and strategic placement suggest that protection from raids was an important concern. The population was organized into small chiefdoms, each led by a local authority figure. These communities maintained close ties through trade, marriage, and shared ceremonies, but they were not a centralized state. This independence gave them flexibility and resilience in the face of outside threats. Masters of pottery and design, the Diagita, are perhaps best known for their exceptional ceramics. Their pottery, both functional and ceremonial, was decorated with complex geometric patterns in red, black, and white. Triangles, zigzags, and stepped motifs were arranged with mathematical precision, creating designs that seem almost modern in their abstraction. These patterns were not mere decoration. They may have represented cosmological concepts, clan symbols, or territorial identity. The distinctive style was consistent across their territory, a visual language linking distant valleys. Their skill extended beyond pottery. They worked in stone, bone, and metal, producing tools, ornaments, and weapons that reflected both artistry and practicality. The spiritual world, the Diagita worldview, was deeply tied to nature. Mountains, rivers, and the sun were seen as living forces, worthy of respect and offerings. Ancestors were honored, and burial practices often included grave goods, such as pottery, tools, and food for the journey into the afterlife. Some ceramic designs may have held ritual significance, connecting the everyday life of the community to the cycles of the seasons and the cosmic order. Shamans and spiritual leaders played roles as healers, advisors, and intermediaries between the human and spiritual worlds. Warriors of the valleys, though skilled farmers and artisans, the Diagita were also warriors. Raids between neighboring groups were part of life, often over control of water sources or fertile land. Stone fortifications, high vantage points, and strategic settlements suggest that defense was a constant consideration. Their knowledge of the rugged terrain gave them an advantage in combat, and they used bows, slings, and stone-headed clubs. The same independence that kept their communities decentralized also made them formidable opponents to outsiders. The Inca expansion in the late 15th century. The expanding Inca Empire reached the Diagita valleys. The Incas sought to incorporate the region into their network of provinces, drawn by its fertile lands and strategic location along trade routes. The Diagita resisted fiercely. Battles were fought in the mountain passes, and although the Incas eventually established control, it was tenuous. Inca influence introduced new crops, architectural techniques, and elements of Quechua language, but the Diagita retained much of their own identity. The Spanish expeditions reached Diagita territory in the early 16th century. At first, the newcomers were few, but as they sought to establish settlements and control resources, tensions escalated. The Diagita resisted with the same determination they had shown against the Incas. This struggle became part of the Calcaqui Wars, a series of conflicts that spanned more than a century. The Diagita allied with other indigenous groups, using guerrilla tactics and the difficult terrain to their advantage. Despite repeated Spanish campaigns, they held out for decades. Defeat and dispersal by the late 17th century, Spanish forces had subdued most Diagita resistance. Many communities were forcibly relocated, a policy known as the denationalization, scattering survivors far from their homelands to weaken their unity. Others were absorbed into colonial society as laborers on farms, in mines, or in settlements. The displacement disrupted traditional life, and over time, language and many customs faded. Yet, traces of Diagita heritage persisted in rural communities, woven into agricultural practices, crafts, and local place names. Legacy in art and identity today. Diagita pottery designs are celebrated as part of Argentina's and Chile's cultural heritage. Museums display their ceramics not only as archaeological treasures but as works of art that reflect a deep intellectual and aesthetic tradition. In parts of northern Argentina, Diagita descendants maintain a sense of connection to their ancestors through festivals, crafts, and oral traditions. Legal recognition of indigenous rights in recent decades has allowed some communities to reclaim land and affirm their identity. Archaeology and rediscovery excavations in the Calcaqui Valley and other sites have revealed the sophistication of Diagita engineering and artistry. Terraced fields, irrigation channels, and carefully planned settlements speak of a society that balanced practicality with beauty. Yet many questions remain. Were the geometric motifs on their ceramics purely decorative, or part of a coded symbolic system? How did their political alliances shift over centuries of contact with larger empires? And what knowledge of agriculture, medicine, and astronomy was lost during the colonial period? Between past and present in the valleys once farmed by the Diagita, terraced slopes still catch the sunlight, their stones weathered but enduring. Local potters still paint geometric designs on clay, echoing the patterns of their ancestors. The landscape itself, dry, sunlit, and resilient, mirrors the spirit of the people who shaped it. The Diagita may no longer control the valleys as they once did, but their presence lingers in the art, the land, and the stories passed quietly from one generation to the next. Enduring patterns standing among the ruins of a Diagita settlement, with the wind moving through the stones and the mountains rising in every direction. One can almost see the painted vessels drying in the sun, the irrigation channels glinting with water, the distant figures working the fields. The designs they left behind, precise, balanced, enduring, are more than decoration. They are the fingerprints of a people whose artistry and determination left a permanent mark on the Andean world, and perhaps in the patterns themselves. The Diagita, still speaking. The Atacaminos' life in the world's driest desert, the shadow of the Andes, where the land is scorched by relentless sun and the air holds almost no moisture, lies one of the most extreme environments on Earth, the Atacama Desert. Here, for thousands of years, a people thrived where survival seemed impossible. Known as the Atacaminos, or Licanante, in their own language, they built a culture that drew life from stone, sand, and the few rivers that dared to cross this barren land. A landscape of extreme Atacama Desert stretches across northern Chile, reaching into parts of Bolivia and Argentina. It is the driest non-polar desert in the world. Some weather stations here have never recorded rainfall. The terrain is a mosaic of salt flats, volcanic peaks, high-altitude plains, and narrow valleys carved by ancient rivers. Temperatures swing from scorching heat in the day to freezing cold at night. To live here required ingenuity and an unshakable relationship with the land. The Atacaminos learned to read the desert's subtle signs, following seasonal water flow, understanding the movements of animals, and knowing exactly where edible plants could grow. Oases of life. Atacamino settlements formed around rare oases and river valleys, places like San Pedro de Atacama, the lower river basin, and the Caxinawa oasis. Here, underground aquifers and glacial melt from the Andes fed irrigation channels that made agriculture possible. These small pockets of green became centers of life, surrounded by the vast emptiness of the desert. Villages were built from stone and adobe, blending into the landscape and providing shelter from wind and temperature extremes. Agriculture in the desert. The Atacaminos practiced sophisticated irrigation techniques to cultivate maize, quinoa, beans, and squash. They also grew chili peppers and medicinal plants, making use of every drop of water. Terraces were built along valley slopes to prevent erosion and to capture runoff. Camelids, llamas, and alpacas were domesticated not only for meat and wool but also for transport across the high plateaus. Herding complemented farming, providing a stable source of food and trade goods. Trade and connection. Though they lived in one of the harshest regions in the world, the Atacaminos were far from isolated. Their territory lay along important pre-Columbian trade routes linking the Pacific coast to the high Andes and beyond. They traded dried fish and shell goods from the coast, copper tools from local mines, and woven textiles, exchanging them for coca leaves, maize varieties, and precious stones from other Andean cultures. This network allowed ideas, technologies, and cultural influences to flow into the desert. Art and craftsmanship. The Atacaminos were skilled artisans. They worked copper into tools, ornaments, and ceremonial objects, taking advantage of the rich mineral deposits in the region. Their pottery, often painted with geometric designs or animal motifs, was both practical and symbolic. Rock art, petroglyphs, and pictographs decorates canyon walls and boulders across the desert. These images depict llamas, hunters, ceremonial figures, and mythological beings, offering glimpses into the spiritual and daily life of the people. The spiritual landscape for the Atacaminos. The desert was not empty, it was alive with spirits and forces. Mountains, in particular, were seen as sacred, inhabited by powerful beings who influenced weather, fertility, and the fate of the community. Ritual offerings, sometimes buried in high-altitude shrines, honored these mountain spirits. The people also practiced ancestor worship, believing that the dead could influence the living and protect their descendants. Fortresses in the desert. Defense was an important consideration. Atacamenos built pucaras, stone fortresses perched on hilltops to protect settlements and trade routes from raiders. These sites also served as lookouts over the surrounding desert and as refuges during times of conflict. Some like the one at Quito near San Pedro de Atacama, still stand today. Their walls weathered by centuries of wind and sun, but still bearing witness to the resilience of the builders. The Inca arrival in the late 15th century. The expanding Inca Empire reached the Atacama region. The Atacaminos were incorporated into the Inca administrative and economic system, contributing labor, crops, and goods to the imperial network. Inca influence brought new crops, building techniques, and religious practices, but the Atacaminos maintained much of their local identity. Their strategic position in the empire's southern frontier made them valuable both as producers and as keepers of vital trade routes. The Spanish Spanish expeditions arrived in the 16th century, bringing profound change. The Inca system forced the Atacaminos into labor for colonial settlers, disrupting traditional agriculture and trade. Missionaries sought to replace indigenous beliefs with Christianity, building churches in the heart of desert villages. Yet, resistance was not absent. Rebellions flared, sometimes in coordination with other indigenous groups in the Andes. Over time, however, disease, displacement, and assimilation eroded much of the old way of life. Legacy in the present today, Atacamino descendants still live in northern Chile, many in the same oases their ancestors inhabited. Traditional crafts, agricultural techniques, and festivals survive, often blended with influences from colonial and modern life. In San Pedro de Atac, archaeological museums display artifacts from pre-Columbian sites, while rock art and ancient fortresses stand in the open desert as silent reminders of the civilization's endurance. Archaeology and rediscovery excavations have revealed complex burial practices, with the dead interred in elaborate tombs alongside pottery, tools, and ornaments. These finds show the care with which the Atacaminos honored their ancestors and suggest a belief in life after death. Petroglyphs in valleys, like Quebrada de Jerez, continue to be studied for their symbolic meaning. Are they records of seasonal migrations, spiritual maps of the desert, or messages to future travelers? The full answers remain elusive. Unanswered questions: how did the Atacaminos maintain their water systems for centuries without modern engineering? What specific meanings lay hidden in the patterns of their rock art? And how did they adapt their social organization to survive both the Inca incorporation and the Spanish conquest, while preserving their identity in such an unforgiving environment? Enduring in the driest land, standing in the heart of the Atac, surrounded by salt-crusted flats and distant volcanoes, it is hard to imagine life thriving here. Yet for the Atacaminos this was home, a place of beauty and challenge, where every drop of water, every patch of green, and every mountain peak had meaning. Their story is one of adaptation, ingenuity, and connection, proof that even in the driest place on earth, culture can bloom. And in the silence of the desert winds, the Atacaminos still speak, through stone walls, painted pottery, and the enduring green of the oases they created. The Tiahuanaco Empire, lords of the high plateau, the wind-swept plains of the Andean Altiplano, more than 3,800 meters above sea level, lie the ruins of one of South America's most mysterious ancient civilizations. Here, where nights are bitterly cold and the air is thin, the people of Tiahuanaco built an empire that shaped the cultural foundations of the Andes long before the rise of the Inca. Their monumental stonework, intricate agriculture, and far-reaching influence speak of a society that mastered an unforgiving environment and then vanished, leaving behind more questions than answers. A city in the sky, the heart of the Tiahuanaco Empire, was the city of Tiahuanaco, also spelled Tiahuanaco, near the southern shore of Lake Titicaca in present-day Bolivia. Founded around 500 CE, and possibly earlier, it grew into a ceremonial and political center that attracted people from across the Andean world. Its location was as challenging as it was strategic. The Altiplano's thin air and intense solar radiation limited agriculture. Yet the city's position near Lake Titicaca provided a steady water source and access to trade routes connecting highland and coastal regions. Monumental architecture. Ruins of Tiwanaku still inspire awe. The Acapana Pyramid, a massive stepped platform, dominates the site, its earthen core faced with precisely cut stone. Nearby stands the Calasasia, a rectangular enclosure aligned with the movements of the sun, suggesting an advanced understanding of astronomy. Perhaps most famous is the Gate of the Sun, a single finely carved block of andesite adorned with intricate reliefs of deities and symbols. Its central figure, often interpreted as the staff god, appears in many Andean cultures, hinting at shared religious traditions across vast distances. These structures were built without the wheel, draft animals, or iron tools, using techniques that remain the subject of debate. Stones weighing many tons were transported from quarries kilometers away, raising questions about the engineering skills of their builders. Agricultural innovation. The Tiahuanaco were not only master builders, but also master farmers. To feed their population, they developed a system of raised field agriculture known as suka kolos. These were long, elevated planting beds surrounded by water channels. The water absorbed heat during the day and released it at night, protecting crops from frost. This method allowed the cultivation of potatoes, quinoa, and other hardy crops in the high-altitude climate. Archaeological studies suggest that these fields could sustain tens of thousands of people, a level of productivity unmatched in the region until modern times. Art and craftsmanship. Art reflects a complex spiritual world. Stone carvings depict human and animal figures, often with elaborate headdresses and symbolic objects. Pottery was decorated with bold geometric designs and bright colors, while textiles, now mostly lost to time, likely carried similar patterns. Metalworking was also advanced. Artisans created tools and ornaments from bronze, gold, and silver, sometimes combining metals to produce both strength and beauty. Religion and the cosmos. Religion bound the Tiahuanaco Empire together. The city itself may have been laid out as a sacred landscape, its buildings and monuments aligned with celestial events such as solstices and equinoxes. The central deity, often identified as the staff god or Virakaka, was associated with creation, order, and the cycles of nature. Pilgrims likely traveled great distances to Tiwanaku for ceremonies, bringing offerings and goods in tribute. Trade and influence at its height. The Tiahuanaco sphere of influence extended across much of the southern Andes into present-day Peru, Chile, and Argentina. This was not an empire of conquest in the same sense as the later Inca, but rather a network of colonies, trade routes, and cultural exchange. Tiahuanaco ceramics, textiles, and religious motifs have been found hundreds of kilometers from the city, evidence of its reach. Goods such as tropical feathers, coca leaves, and coastal shells flowed into the Altiplano, while highland products, wool, metals, and crops moved outward. Daily life. Most people in the Tiahuanaco realm lived in rural communities, farming and herding llamas and alpacas. These animals provided wool for textiles, meat for food, and transport for goods. Villages were linked to the capital by road and river networks, ensuring the flow of resources and information. In the city, specialists, artisans, priests, administrators supported the religious and political elite. Festivals and rituals would have brought the population together, reinforcing social bonds and the authority of the ruling class. The fall of Tiahuanaco around 1000 CE, the Tiahuanaco Empire began to decline. Archaeological evidence points to a prolonged drought that reduced agricultural yields and strained the economy. Without enough food to sustain its population and political network, the system began to unravel. Trade routes broke down, colonies were abandoned, and the city was gradually deserted. By the time the Inca rose to power centuries later, Tiwanaku was already a ruin, a sacred memory rather than a living capital. Rediscovery and mystery. Spanish chroniclers heard of Tiwanaku from local peoples who regarded it as the work of ancient giants or gods. The first European descriptions of the ruins in the 16th century marveled at their size and craftsmanship. Modern archaeology has shed light on Tiahuanaco society, but many questions remain. How was such precise stone cutting achieved? What role did religion play in governing such a wide territory? And to what extent did climate change, politics, or internal conflict contribute to its fall? Legacy. In the Andes, the Tiahuanaco legacy lived on in the cultures that followed. The Inca adopted aspects of its religious iconography, agricultural techniques, and political organization. For indigenous peoples of the Altiplano today, Tiwanaku remains a symbol of ancestral achievement and cultural pride. Every year, the winter solstice is celebrated at the site, drawing thousands to witness the rising sun through the ancient stone gateways, a ritual that may echo ceremonies performed 1,000 years ago. A city of stone and sky standing among the ruins of Tiwanaku. The horizon stretches endlessly, the air thin and still. The carved stones, weathered but enduring, seem to hold the memory of a people who mastered both earth and sky. Their empire rose in one of the most challenging environments on earth, sustained by ingenuity, faith, and connection across vast distances. And though the people of Tiahuanaco are long gone, the stones remain silent, unyielding, and watching over the high plains. Perhaps somewhere in their alignment with the sun and stars, they still speak to those who know how to listen. The Lupica Kingdom, lords of the Altiplano shores high on the Andean Altiplano, where the air is thin and the land stretches in vast golden plains. The waters of Lake Titicaca shimmer like a mirror to the sky. Along its western shores, in what is now southern Peru, there once thrived a kingdom whose power and wealth were drawn from both land and lake. The Lupa. For centuries, they balanced independence, alliance, and rivalry, navigating the politics of the high Andes with skill until they were finally drawn into the orbit of the Inca Empire. A high-altitude homeland, the Lupaca territory, lay in the region of Chaquito, near the present-day border of Peru and Bolivia. The environment was extreme, over 3,800 meters above sea level, with intense sunlight, freezing nights, and seasonal rains. Yet this landscape offered resources that few other places could match: fertile lakeshore soils, rich pastures for herds, and direct access to the trade networks that crisscrossed the Andes. The waters of Lake Titicaca were central to Lupaca life. They provided fish, reeds for building and weaving, and a moderating influence on the harsh climate, making agriculture along the shore more productive than in the surrounding high plains. Fields, herds, and abundance. The Lupaca were skilled farmers. They cultivated potatoes, quinoa, oca, and other hardy Andean crops, often using raised field systems similar to the sucacolos of the nearby Tiahuanaco tradition. These fields were elevated above water channels that retained warmth at night, protecting crops from frost. They were also renowned herders of llamas and alpacas. Large herds grazed on the surrounding Puna grasslands, providing wool for textiles, meat for food, and animals for transport. This combination of agriculture and pastoralism made the Lupaca one of the most prosperous peoples of the Altiplano. A confederation of lords. The Lupaca kingdom was not a single city, but a confederation of Eliskin-based communities, under the leadership of powerful local lords. These lords, known as Caracas, held authority over land distribution, labor organization, and the coordination of defense and trade. Chaquito served as the political and ceremonial center, a hub of governance, ritual, and market exchange. Here, noble families displayed their wealth through fine textiles, gold and silver ornaments, and elaborate feasts that reinforced alliances. Textiles and craftsmanship. Luca weavers were among the finest in the Andes. Using alpaca and wool, they created textiles dyed in vibrant colors and decorated with intricate geometric patterns. These cloths were both practical clothing and symbols of status, exchanged as gifts or tribute in political agreements. They also worked in metals, crafting ceremonial knives, tumis, jewelry, and ritual vessels. Pottery was decorated with stylized motifs that reflected both local traditions and the broader artistic currents of the Altiplano. Religion and the sacred lake. The Lupaca, like their neighbors, believed Lake Titicaca to be a sacred place, a center of creation and home to powerful deities. They worshipped the sun, moon, and mountain spirits, offering sacrifices to ensure fertility, health, and protection. Religious ceremonies were tied to the agricultural calendar, marking planting and harvest times with music, dance, and feasting. Priests and ritual specialists oversaw these events, maintaining the balance between the human and spiritual worlds. Rivals and Lister. Lupaca shared the Altiplano with other powerful groups, including the Cola to the north and the Packages to the south. Relations could shift quickly between trade, alliance, and open conflict. Competition for pasture land, control of trade routes, and political prestige often fueled rivalries. The Lupaca were known for their military organization, with warriors drawn from different areas when needed. Fortified hilltops and strategic settlements guarded key routes across their territory. Encounter with the Inca. In the 15th century, the expanding Inca Empire turned its attention to the Altiplano. The Lupaca and their Cola rivals were both wealthy and strategically located, making them valuable additions to the imperial realm. Initially, the Lupaca resisted Inca incursions. Battles were fought along the high plains, but eventually, the Inca adopted a different strategy, exploiting the rivalry between Lupaca and Cola. The Lupaca allied with the Inca against the Cola, helping the empire to defeat its northern neighbor. This alliance brought the Lupaca into the Inca system as a privileged subject people. They retained their local rulers, who now governed under imperial authority, and in return, they provided tribute in the form of textiles, livestock, and labor for state projects. Life under the Inca integration into the Inca Empire brought both change and continuity. The Lupercar contributed troops and resources to imperial campaigns, while benefiting from expanded trade and access to Inca administrative and religious centers. Inca roads connected Lupercar lands to Cusco and beyond, and imperial officials oversaw tribute and census records. Yet local traditions persisted. Lupercar nobles continued to preside over ceremonies, control herds, and maintain their distinctive textile patterns and dialect. The Spanish conquest, the arrival of the Spanish, in the 16th century, upended the Lupercar's place in the Andean world. The Spanish exploited existing administrative structures, replacing Inca officials with colonial ones and demanding tribute in silver, goods, and labor through the encomienda and meta systems. Lupercar lands were drawn into the silver mining economy, particularly at Potosi, where highland herders provided food, transport, and wool for the mining camps. Diseases introduced by Europeans reduced the population, weakening traditional structures of authority. Survival and legacy. Despite the upheavals of conquest and colonization, Lupercar identity endured. In the colonial period, Chiquito remained a major center, with Spanish churches built alongside older ceremonial spaces. Some noble families retained titles and influence, using their positions to protect community lands. Today, the descendants of the Lupercar still live along the western shores of Lake Titicaca, herding llamas and alpacas, weaving fine textiles, and participating in festivals that blend Catholic and pre-Columbian traditions. Archaeological sites in Chiquito province reveal stone foundations of ancient settlements, storage structures, and remnants of terraced fields. Colonial records and Inca chronicles provide additional details about Lupercar, political organization, and their role in Andean geopolitics. Yet many aspects remain uncertain. How exactly was power balanced between the Lupercars? To what extent did the Lupercar control trade routes into the coastal valleys? And how did they adapt their strategies as the Inca expanded into their lands? The lake and the kingdom standing on the shores of Lake Titicaca, with the wind rippling the water and the high peaks in the distance. It is not hard to imagine the Lupercar's world. Herds grazing on the Puna, traders arriving by reed boat, nobles in richly woven garments presiding over councils. The lake was their lifeline, their boundary, and their sacred center. And even now, its waters still reflect the sky as they once did in the days when the Lupercar were lords of its western shore. Perhaps, in the rhythm of waves against the reeds, the memory of their kingdom still speaks. The Cola Kingdom, guardians of the northern Altiplano, on the wind-swept northern shores of Lake Titicaca, where the vast waters meet the high Andean plains. A kingdom once stood as one of the most formidable powers of the Altiplano, known as the Cola. They commanded fertile valleys, strategic mountain passes, and a network of fortified towns. For generations, they were rivals to the Lupercar, and a major force in the political landscape of the Andes, until the expanding Inca Empire set its sights on their lands. The heartland of the Cola Kingdom, occupied the region of Hatton Cola, in present-day Puno, Peru. This high-altitude domain stretched from the northern basin of Lake Titicaca into the surrounding Puna grasslands and agricultural terraces. The climate was harsh with thin air, intense sunlight by day, and frost by night. But the Cola made it a land of abundance. The shores of the lake provided fish, reeds, and fertile soils, while the uplands offered vast grazing grounds for llamas and alpacas. Mountain springs and glacial melt fed irrigation systems that brought life to the fields. A land of towns and fortresses. Cola settlements were often built on elevated sites, taking advantage of natural defenses. Some, like the hilltop fortress of Silestani, were encircled by stone walls and contained ceremonial spaces as well as dwellings. These fortified centers served both as protection against raids and as symbols of political power. The Cola organized their population into Alas extended kinship groups, which provided labor, military service, and agricultural production. Over these communities ruled the Caracas, hereditary leaders who coordinated defense, trade, and diplomacy. Agriculture and herding. The Cola were skilled farmers. Using terraces and raised fields, they grew potatoes, quinoa, oca, and other crops adapted to the high-altitude climate. They also cultivated in the lower valleys connected to their territory, trading for maize and fruits from warmer zones. Camel herding was equally important. Llamas and alpacas provided wool for textiles, meat for food, and transport for goods. The Kola herds were among the largest in the region, a sign of wealth and a source of tribute. Textiles and craftsmanship. Kola were renowned weavers. Their textiles featured complex geometric patterns and vivid colors, with designs that conveyed clan identity and social status. Clothing was a visible marker of power, especially for the nobility. They also produced fine pottery, often painted in black, red, and white, as well as metal tools and ceremonial objects. Their artisans worked in copper, silver, and gold, crafting ornaments and ritual vessels that reflected both artistic skill and religious symbolism. Religion and the sacred religion permeated Kola life. The people worshipped the sun, moon, and mountain spirits, as well as deities connected to water and fertility. Lake Titicaca itself was considered a sacred place, believed to be a point of origin in Andean cosmology. Ceremonies marked the agricultural calendar, with offerings of food, textiles, and animals to ensure good harvests and protect herds. Priests and ritual specialists oversaw these rites, often in temples or on mountaintop shrines. Rivalry with the Lupacathi. Kola's greatest rivals were the Lupaka, whose territory lay to the south along the lake. The two powers competed for control over pasturelands, trade routes, and political influence. Skirmishes and raids were common, and both kingdoms maintained strong military forces to defend their territories. This rivalry shaped the balance of power in the Altiplano. While conflict was frequent, trade also occurred, and marriages between elite families sometimes served as temporary peace agreements. The Inca advance. In the 15th century, the Inca Empire began to expand aggressively into the Lake Titicaca region. Recognizing the strength of both the Kola and Lupaca, the Inca sought to weaken one through alliance with the other. The Lupaca allied with the Inca, giving the empire a powerful foothold against the Kola. The Inca launched a campaign northward, confronting Kola armies in the high plains. Despite their fortifications and seasoned warriors, the Kola were eventually defeated by the better organized Inca forces. Incorporation into the Inca Empire. After their defeat, the Kola were absorbed into the Inca state. Their Caracas retained local authority, but now answered to imperial administrators in Cusco. The Kola provided tribute in the form of textiles, camelids, and labor for state projects, including road construction and military campaigns. The Inca also implemented the Mitma system, relocating Kola populations to other parts of the empire and resettling people from distant provinces into Kola territory. This policy reduced the risk of rebellion and integrated the Kola more tightly into the imperial economy. Life under Inca rule brought changes, but also preserved some Kola traditions. Roads linked Kola settlements to the imperial network, allowing for faster communication and the movement of goods. In return for their loyalty, Kola elites enjoyed certain privileges, including access to imperial feasts and ceremonies. Religious life incorporated Inca deities alongside traditional Kola gods. The Temple of the Sun in Cusco became a center of pilgrimage for Kola nobles, while local shrines continued to serve as focal points for community rituals. The Spanish conquest. The arrival of the Spanish finish in the 16th century shattered the Inca system and upended Kola society once again. Spanish encomenderos claimed Kola lands, extracting tribute in silver, textiles, and labor. Many Kola herders and farmers were forced to work in the Potosi silver mines under the Meta system. Disease outbreaks decimated the population, and traditional political structures eroded. Yet the Kola adapted, maintaining aspects of their cultural identity within the framework of colonial rule, legacy, and memory today. Kola descendants live in the Puno region and other parts of the Alta. Herding and farming remains central to life, and textile weaving continues as both a practical skill and a cultural expression. Annual festivals blend Catholic saints' days with pre-Columbian traditions, honoring both local history and sacred landscapes. The ruins of Kola settlements and fortresses, especially the striking Chalpas stone funerary towers of Silistani, stand as enduring symbols of their architectural skill and social complexity. Unanswered questions and ethnohistory have revealed much about the Kola, but mysteries remain. How did their political alliances shift in the centuries before the Inca arrived? What was the precise role of Lake Titicaca in their religious hierarchy? And how much of their textile iconography reflects symbolic systems now lost to time? Guardians of the northern shore. On a clear day, the The view from the hills above Lake Titicaca stretches for miles, blue water meeting the horizon, dotted with islands that seem to float between sky and earth. This was the heart of the Kola Kingdom, a place where power, faith, and trade converged. The Kola once guarded these shores against rivals and empires alike, their lives bound to the rhythms of the lake and the highland seasons. Though centuries have passed since their kingdom fell, the wind still moves through the stone towers of Silastani, carrying with it the echo of a people who once ruled the northern Altiplano. Perhaps, in that echo, the Kola still speak. The color civilization keepers of the southern Andes, high in the southern Andes, where mountains rise into cold blue skies and valleys stretch toward the windswept plains, lived a people whose history bridges ancient traditions and modern, indigenous identity, known today as the Kola, sometimes spelled Kola. But distinct in their cultural scope, they inhabited the uplands of what is now northern Argentina, southern Bolivia, and parts of northern Chile. They were farmers, herders, and traders, guardians of mountain passes that linked distant worlds, a land of high valleys and open plains. The Kola homeland lay in the Puna and Quebrada regions of the Andes, an environment of extremes. At altitudes often above 3,500 meters, days could be bright and hot under the thin mountain sun, while nights brought frost and piercing cold. Yet these lands offered variety: fertile valleys for crops, grasslands for herding llamas and alpacas, and passes that led to the lowlands and coastal deserts. Rivers fed by snowmelt carved green ribbons through otherwise arid landscapes, sustaining both people and agriculture. In this challenging environment, the Kola adapted their way of life to the rhythms of altitude, season, and trade. Agriculture and herding. The Kola practiced terrace farming, carving flat steps into hillsides to prevent erosion and retain water. Potatoes, quinoa, maize, oca, and beans formed the core of their diet, supplemented by chili peppers and medicinal herbs. Camelid herding was equally important. Llamas and alpacas provided wool for textiles, meat for food, and transport for goods. Along trade routes, herds grazed in the high Puna, where the Kola built seasonal shelters to care for them during long pasturing periods. Trade routes in exchange. The Kola occupied a strategic position between the Andean highlands and surrounding regions. Traders carried goods north toward the Altiplano, south into the Patagonian steppe, east into the lowland forests, and west toward the Pacific coast. Salt, wool, dried meat, charqui, and woven textiles were exchanged for coca leaves, maize varieties, fish, and seashells. These networks brought not only goods but also ideas, technologies, and cultural influences. Village life and organization. Kola settlements ranged from small hamlets to larger fortified towns. Stone and adobe houses clustered together, often near fields or water sources. In some places, defensive walls or hilltop fortifications protected communities from raids. Social organization was based on Elis extended kin groups that shared land and labor. Within each elu, leadership was exercised by elders or chiefs who coordinated agricultural work, trade, and religious ceremonies. Artistry and material culture. The Kola were skilled weavers, producing textiles in vibrant colors and geometric patterns. Clothing was adapted to the cold mountain climate. Ponchos, woven belts, and head coverings made from llama and alpaca wool. Pottery was both utilitarian and decorative, featuring painted designs that may have had symbolic or clan-based meaning. Stone carving and metalwork, particularly in copper and silver, also formed part of their craft traditions, beliefs, and sacred landscapes. The Kola spiritual world was deeply tied to the land. Mountains, apis, springs, and caves were seen as sacred, inhabited by protective spirits. Offerings of food, coca leaves, and chicha corn beer were made to ensure fertility, good weather, and the health of herds. The agricultural calendar was marked by ceremonies honoring Pachamama, the Earth Mother, and Inti, the sun. Shamans and ritual specialists mediated between the human and spirit worlds, guiding the community in times of illness, drought, or social conflict. Contact with the Inca. In the 15th century, the expanding Inca Empire reached Kola territory. Some Kola communities resisted, while others negotiated incorporation into the imperial system. Under Inca rule, the Kola provided tribute in the form of textiles, food, and labor for state projects. The Inca also introduced new administrative systems, roads, and terracing techniques, as well as imperial religious practices. However, local traditions persisted, blending with Inca influences to create a hybrid cultural identity. The Spanish conquests, the arrival of Spanish forces in the 16th century, brought upheaval. Conquistadors claimed color lands through the encomienda system, forcing communities to pay tribute and labor in mines and farms. The meta-labor draft sent many color men to work in distant silver mines like Potosi. European diseases reduced the population drastically. Catholic missionaries sought to replace indigenous beliefs with Christianity, yet many color rituals survived in syncretic forms, hidden within festivals, honoring saints, or celebrated in remote areas beyond Spanish oversight. Adaptation and resistance. Despite the pressures of colonial rule, the color maintained aspects of their social organization and connection to the land. They adapted their trade routes to the colonial economy, supplied goods to mining centers, and preserved their weaving and herding traditions. Occasional uprisings and acts of resistance demonstrated their unwillingness to surrender completely. Oral histories tell of leaders who defied colonial demands, retreating into the mountains with their people. The modern Kula communities are recognized as one of the indigenous peoples of Argentina, with populations also in Bolivia and Chile. Many continue to farm and herd in the high valleys, producing traditional textiles and participating in cultural festivals. The annual Pachamama celebrations in August, for example, remain a central expression of Kula identity, blending ancestral rituals with elements of Catholicism. In recent decades, Kula organizations have worked to reclaim land rights, preserve their language, and document oral traditions. Archaeology and memory. Archaeological sites across Kula territory reveal the continuity of their culture from pre-Inca times through the colonial period. Ruins of terraced fields, stone dwellings, and hilltop forts speak of a people adapted to both agriculture and defense. Researchers studying pottery styles, burial practices, and settlement patterns have traced connections between the Kula and other Andean cultures, highlighting their role in the region's trade and cultural exchange. Unanswered questions. How did the Kula balance autonomy with Inca rule before the Spanish arrived? To what extent did their sacred geography influence settlement patterns and political alliances? And how much of their symbolic knowledge, embedded in weaving patterns, oral stories, and ritual practice, has been lost over the centuries? Enduring. In the Andes, in the high valleys of the Andes, the same winds still sweep across Kula lands, carrying the scent of burning wood and fresh-cut pasture. Farmers tend their terraces, herders guide llamas along ancient paths, and weavers sit in the sun, crafting textiles in the colors of earth and sky. The Kula have endured empires and conquests, adapting without losing their deep connection to the land. Their history is not simply a record of survival, but of a continuing presence in the southern Andes, a reminder that cultures shaped by mountains and sky leave marks that neither time nor conquest can erase. And perhaps, in the silence of the high plains, their ancestors still walk, watching over the people who call themselves Kula. The Charcas between highlands and valleys, in the heart of what is now Bolivia, where the high Andean plateau gives way to temperate valleys and rugged hills. There once thrived a people whose name would echo across centuries of history. Known as the Charcas, they lived in a landscape of contrasts: cold Puna grasslands above, fertile valleys below, and they built a society that straddled worlds, linking different ecological zones through skill, trade, and adaptation. Their story is one of endurance, shifting alliances, and the ability to navigate the rise and fall of empires. A land of diversity, the Charcas occupied a territory in central Bolivia, centered around what is now the department of Chuquisaca, extending into parts of Potosi and Cochabamba. This was a transitional zone between the high altiplano and the warmer intermontane valleys. Here, climate and terrain could change within a day's walk, offering both challenges and opportunities. The highlands provided vast grazing areas for llamas and alpacas, while the valleys yielded maize, beans, chili peppers, and fruits. This ecological variety allowed the Charcas to sustain a mixed economy, combining farming, herding, and trade. Agriculture and herding in the high valleys. The Charcas cultivated maize as their staple crop, supported by beans, squash, and tubers, such as potatoes and okra. Irrigation systems diverted water from streams into terraces, preventing erosion and maximizing yields. On the higher Puna, large herds of llamas and alpacas were tended for wool, meat, and as pack animals. These herds connected the Charcas to long-distance caravan trade, carrying goods to neighboring regions and returning with coastal products, tropical fruits, and coca leaves from the Yungas. Settlements and organization Charc communities ranged from small hamlets to larger villages built near water sources and arable land. Houses were typically constructed of stone or adobe, often arranged around central courtyards that served as spaces for work, storage, and social life. Society was organized into ailis, extended kinship groups that managed land and labor collectively. Each ailu had leaders who coordinated agricultural cycles, organized defense, and represented the community in negotiations with neighboring groups. Crafts and trade. The Charcas were skilled weavers, producing textiles from llama and alpaca wool. These garments were not only functional against the cold, but also served as indicators of identity and status. With patterns and colors signifying community affiliation, they also produced ceramic vessels decorated with geometric designs, used for storing food, brewing chicha, or in ceremonial contexts. Copper and bronze tools were common, and ornaments of silver and gold were crafted for the elite. The Charcas' location made them important intermediaries in trade networks. They exchanged highland products for maize, coca, tropical feathers, and seashells from the Pacific coast, goods that carried both practical and symbolic value. Beliefs and ritual life. Like many Andean peoples, the Charcas held a cosmology deeply connected to the land. Mountains Apis was sacred, and offerings were made to ensure agricultural fertility and the well-being of herds. Pachamama, the Earth Mother, was honored in seasonal ceremonies. Ritual specialists, perhaps shamans or priests, guided these ceremonies, interpreting omens, leading offerings, and ensuring the balance between human communities and the spiritual forces of the natural world. Relations with neighbors. The Charcas lived alongside powerful neighbors, including the Yam to the south and other highland groups connected to the Alt. Their position between ecological zones and major trade routes made them both valuable allies and tempting targets for expansion. While they sometimes engaged in conflict over land and resources, the Charcas also participated in alliances cemented by intermarriage, shared rituals, and economic partnerships. Incorporation into the Inca Empire. In the late 15th century, the expanding Inca Empire reached the Charcas region. Imperial armies and administrators extended control over the highlands and valleys, integrating the Charcas into the Inca system. Under Inca rule, the Charcas provided tribute in textiles, food, and labor for state projects. Some members of the elite were incorporated into the Inca administrative hierarchy, serving as local governors or military leaders. The Inca also resettled some Charcas communities in other parts of the empire under the Mitmar system, while moving other groups into Charcas territory to secure loyalty and increase productivity. Life under the Inca integration into the empire brought new infrastructure: roads, storage facilities, kolkas, and administrative centers that facilitated tribute collection and military mobilization. Inca religious practices, particularly the worship of Inti, the sun god, were introduced alongside local traditions. However, much of Charcas' daily life remained tied to traditional rhythms of planting, herding, and local ceremonies. The Inca presence was strong but did not erase older customs, creating a hybrid culture that blended imperial and local elements. The Spanish conquest. In the 16th century, Spanish forces swept into the Andes, dismantling the Inca state and imposing colonial rule for the Charcas. The transition was abrupt. Spanish encomenderos claimed their lands and labor, demanding tribute in silver crops and woven goods. The region's proximity to the rich silver mines of Potosi tied the Charcas into the colonial mining economy. Men were drafted through the meta system to work in the mines, while women and elders maintained farms and herds to support both the miners and the colonial settlements. Cultural adaptation and survival. Despite the upheaval, the Charcas preserved elements of their identity. Festivals honoring Catholic saints often blended older Andean rituals, maintaining connections to Pachamama and the mountain spirits beneath a Christian veneer. Textile weaving continued, incorporating new materials and patterns alongside ancient motifs. Oral traditions carried stories of pre-Inca ancestors and the transformations brought by imperial and colonial powers. Archaeological and historical legacy today. Archaeological remains of Charcas settlements, terraces, and ceramics offer glimpses into their way of life. Spanish colonial records, often written from the perspective of outsiders, provide details about their economic organization, tribute obligations, and interactions with other groups. These sources paint a picture of a people whose resilience allowed them to navigate the ambitions of both the Inca and the Spanish, adapting without entirely losing their cultural foundations. The modern Charcas descendants of the Charcas still live in Bolivia, particularly in the Chuquisaca region. They participate in traditional agriculture, herding, and weaving, and many maintain a strong sense of connection to their indigenous heritage. Movements for land rights and cultural recognition have brought renewed attention to their history. Festivals, dances, and music, blending pre-Columbian Inca and Spanish influences, remain vibrant expressions of community identity. Unanswered questions: what was the exact nature of Charcas' political organization before the Inca arrived? How much autonomy did they retain within the empire? And what symbolic meanings were encoded in their textiles and ceramics that have yet to be fully understood? The answers may lie in the soil of abandoned terraces, in the patterns still woven by their descendants, or in the oral histories passed down quietly from elder to child. Between highlands and valleys standing on a ridge in Charcas country, the view stretches from the snow-capped peaks of the Andes to the warmer valleys below. This was their world, a land where altitude defined life, and where people learned to thrive by connecting diverse landscapes into a single, sustaining whole. The Charcas were never the largest empire or the most famous Andean civilization, but their story is woven into the fabric of the region, a reminder that power in the Andes was often measured not just in armies and monuments, but in the ability to endure, adapt, and hold fast to the threads of identity. And perhaps, in the silence of the high wind, those threads are still being spun. The Marora Culture, farmers of the desert valleys along the arid coast of southern Peru, where the desert meets the Pacific Ocean and river valleys carve thin green ribbons into the sand. A culture flourished more than 1,000 years ago, known today as the Curibaya. They built an agricultural society in one of the driest regions on Earth, sustained by ingenuity, trade, and a deep understanding of their fragile environment. Their legacy survives in the valleys of Moquegua and Ilo, in finely woven textiles, carefully built irrigation systems, and the silent cemeteries of the desert. A desert homeland. The Curibaya culture emerged around 900 CE in the far south of Peru, between the Osmore River Valley and the mouth of the Ilo River, close to the border with modern-day Chile. This was a land of extremes: scorching sun, almost no rainfall, and vast stretches of barren desert. Yet the region's few rivers, fed by Andean melt, created fertile strips of land that could sustain farming communities. The Curibaya understood that these valleys were their lifeline. They developed irrigation canals to divert river water into fields, creating an oasis economy in the middle of the coastal desert. Agriculture and fishing. Agriculture was the foundation of Curibaya life. They grew maize, beans, chili peppers, squash, and cotton, as well as fruits like guava and lucuma. Cotton was particularly valuable, used to produce textiles and fishing nets. Fishing was the second pillar of their economy. Living close to the Pacific coast, the Curibaya harvested anchovies, sardines, and shellfish, using reed boats and nets made from cotton fibers. Coastal resources not only fed the population, but also provided surplus goods for trade. Trade networks. The Curibaya occupied a strategic position between the highlands of the Andes and the Pacific coast. They traded agricultural products and dried fish inland in exchange for coca leaves, maize varieties from higher elevations, and obsidian for tools. Llama caravans connected them to distant markets, linking the coastal valleys to highland cultures and, eventually, to the far-reaching trade routes of the Andean world. Their location also placed them along pre-Columbian roads that would later be incorporated into the Inca road system, enhancing their role as middlemen between ecological zones, villages, and settlement. Tariba settlements were typically built near irrigated fields or along the coast. Houses were constructed from cane, reed mats, and adobe, often arranged in clusters that reflected family and community ties. Archaeological evidence suggests that each settlement was relatively autonomous, with its own fields, fishing areas, and cemeteries. Some villages were specialized inland communities focused on farming, while coastal ones specialized in fishing, yet they maintained close ties through kinship and exchange. Textiles and artistry. The Kiribati were master weavers. Their textiles, preserved by the dry desert climate, display vibrant colors and intricate patterns. They used cotton and camelid fibers, dyed with natural pigments, to create tunics, belts, and bags decorated with geometric motifs and stylized animals. These textiles were more than clothing, they were expressions of identity and status, often buried with the dead as part of funerary offerings. Pottery was another important craft, though generally simpler than their textiles. Kiribati ceramics were often plain or painted with minimal decoration, used for cooking, storage, and ceremonial purposes. Burial practices. One of the most distinctive aspects of Kiribati archaeology is their cemeteries. The dead were buried in flexed positions, wrapped in fine textiles, and accompanied by offerings such as food, tools, fishing nets, and even the mummified remains of dogs, an unusual feature in Andean archaeology. These dogs, often small and short-haired, may have been herding animals or companions in life and death. Their inclusion in burials suggests a close relationship between humans and animals in Kiribati society. Social organization. Archaeological evidence points to a hierarchical but community-oriented society. Wealthier individuals were buried with more elaborate textiles, larger quantities of food, and prestige goods like metal ornaments, indicating social differentiation. Leaders may have coordinated irrigation systems, trade, and defense, while skilled artisans and farmers formed the backbone of the economy. Fishermen and herders held equally important roles in sustaining the community. The spiritual world. While direct records of Kiribati beliefs are scarce, burial offerings and art suggest a worldview deeply connected to nature. The sea, rivers, and mountains likely held sacred significance, as in other Andean cultures. Seasonal cycles of planting and fishing may have been accompanied by rituals to ensure fertility and abundance. The careful preparation of burials, with goods meant to serve the deceased in the afterlife, reflects a belief in a continued existence beyond death. Relations with neighboring cultures. The Kiribati existed alongside other southern Peruvian coastal cultures, such as the Sarajan in the highlands and the coastal Araeta cultures to the south. Interactions could involve trade, intermarriage, or competition over resources. By the 15th century, the expanding Inca Empire reached the southern coast. The Kiribati were likely incorporated into the Inca system through a combination of negotiation and military pressure, providing tribute in fish, cotton, and agricultural products. Decline and transformation. Around the late 1400s, the Kiribati culture began to change under Inca influence. Imperial administrators reorganized agricultural production, expanded road networks, and introduced new crops and technologies. Some Kiribati communities retained their local identity, while others became fully integrated into the Inca system. Following the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, European diseases and colonial demands disrupted the region's population and economy. Many Kiribati descendants became part of colonial fishing and farming settlements, though their cultural traditions persisted in altered forms. Archaeology and rediscovery. Modern archaeology has shed light on Kiribati life through the excavation of cemeteries, settlements, and irrigation systems. The exceptionally dry climate has preserved textiles, food remains, and even mummified bodies, offering rare insights into everyday activities and social organization. Studies of ancient dog remains have linked them to a unique breed, now considered extinct, further highlighting the distinctiveness of Kiribati culture, legacy, and memory. Today, the legacy of the Kiribati survives in the agricultural techniques still used in southern Peru's coastal valleys and in the weaving traditions of the region's indigenous communities. Archaeological sites in Moquegua and Ilo attract researchers and visitors, connecting the present to a desert society that mastered the art of survival. Unanswered questions. How did the Kiribati balance autonomy with Inca rule in their final decades? Were their dogs primarily herding animals, hunting companions, or symbols in ritual life? And what specific meanings lay in the patterns of their textiles? Stories now faded, but perhaps not entirely lost. Life between river and sea. Standing in the Moquegua Valley today, the desert stretches endlessly in all directions, broken only by the green thread of irrigated fields. To the west lies the Pacific, its waves breaking on a coast where Kiribati fishermen once launched their reed boats. To the east, the Andes rise, source of the waters that made life here possible. For centuries, the Kiribati flourished in this narrow space between river and sea, crafting a life as resilient as it was rich. And though their name may have faded from common memory, the valleys they once farmed still carry the imprint of their hands. Perhaps in the whisper of wind across the dunes, their voices remain. The Tiwanaku complex, twin powers of the ancient Andes long before the rise of the Inca. Two great civilizations shaped the highlands of South America. In the centuries between 500 and 1000 CE, Tiwanaku and Wari stood as twin pillars of Andean culture, separate centers of power, yet deeply connected through trade, influence, and parallel visions of how society should be ordered. Though hundreds of kilometers apart, they transformed the landscape, built monumental cities, and left a legacy that would echo in Andean history for centuries. Two capitals, two worlds. Tiwanaku rose on the southern shores of Lake Titicaca, in present-day Bolivia. Its monumental stone architecture, carved with precision, stood against the vast expanse of the Altiplano, a ceremonial and political center tied to an agricultural system that made the high plateau bloom. Wari emerged in the central highlands of modern-day Peru, near present-day Ayacucho. It was a city built in tiers and walls, with a carefully planned urban layout that reflected its administrative focus. While Tiwanaku looked to the sacred lake and the agricultural plains, Wari looked outward to the valleys and trade routes leading to the coast and jungle. Parallel origins. Both cultures emerged from earlier regional traditions. Tiwanaku drew from the Marora culture and centuries of highland ceremonial practices, while Wari built on the artistic and technological foundations of the Nazca and Wapa cultures. By around 500 CE, each had begun to consolidate power, creating centralized states capable of organizing large labor forces and sustaining far-reaching influence. Agricultural mastery in the harsh altiplano environment. Tiwanaku farmers engineered raised fields, sucacolos surrounded by water channels that retained heat and protected crops from frost. This system produced abundant potatoes, quinoa, and other highland staples, supporting a large population. In the central highlands, the Wari constructed vast terrace systems that tamed steep slopes, conserving soil and water. Irrigation canals brought meltwater from the mountains to feed maize and tuber crops. Both systems demonstrated a shared Andean principle: the manipulation of microclimates to maximize productivity. Architecture and symbols. Tiwanaku's architecture was monumental, built from massive stone blocks fitted with astonishing precision. The Akapana Pyramid, the Kalasasaya Temple, and the Gateway of the Sun remain among its most famous structures, decorated with intricate carvings of deities and mythical beings. Wari architecture favored rectangular compounds with high walls, internal courtyards, and restricted access, reflecting its administrative and military priorities. Wari textiles were among the finest in the ancient Andes, with bold geometric designs and complex weaving, techniques that symbolized power and identity. Both cultures used art to project authority, but where Tiwanaku emphasized stone monuments and religious imagery, Wari channeled its artistry into textiles, ceramics, and urban design. Religious and political ideology. Tiwanaku was deeply religious in nature, with its capital serving as a ceremonial pilgrimage center. Its iconography often depicted the staff god, a deity associated with order and agricultural fertility, and an array of animal and human figures, connected to cosmology and myth. Wari, while also religious, appears to have emphasized administrative control alongside spiritual authority. Its road networks, storage facilities, kulkas, and regional administrative centers suggest a strong focus on governance and resource management. This contrasts Tiwanaku as a ceremonial religious core and Wari as an administrative state is one of the defining features of the Tiwanaku-Wari relationship. Trade and cultural exchange, though separated by over 1,000 kilometers, the two civilizations were connected through long-distance trade networks. Tiwanaku exported highland goods, wool, dried meat, and potatoes, while Wari moved maize, coastal products, and finally made textiles. Archaeological evidence suggests the exchange of ideas as well as goods. Similarities in ceramic styles, agricultural practices, and religious motifs hint at mutual influence. though each retained its own cultural identity. Expansion and influence to Tiwanaku extended its reach around Lake Titicaca and into the valleys leading to the Pacific coast, establishing colonies and trade outposts. Wari expanded in multiple directions into the northern highlands, the southern Andes, and along the coast, creating a network of provincial centers that mirrored its capital's layout. In some areas, the two powers' spheres of influence overlapped, creating regions of shared or contested presence. Whether this coexistence was peaceful or marked by rivalry remains debated among scholars. Peak and complexity. By the 8th and 9th centuries, both Tiwanaku and Wari were at their height. Populations in their capitals may have reached tens of thousands. Monumental building projects flourished. Agricultural production was capable of feeding urban centers and supporting specialized artisans, priests, and administrators. This was not an empire in the modern sense. Neither Tiwanaku nor Wari ruled the Andes from a single capital, but rather a dual system of regional dominance, each with its own strategies for control, decline, and transformation. Around the 11th century, both civilizations entered periods of decline. For Tiwanaku, changing climate patterns, possibly prolonged drought, may have undermined its raised field agriculture. For Wari, internal political strain, resource depletion, and shifting trade patterns weakened the state. By the mid-1100s, both capitals were largely abandoned. Regional polities and local chiefdoms emerged in their place, carrying forward elements of Tiwanaku and Wari culture, but without the centralized power of their predecessors. Legacy to the Inca Empire, which rose several centuries later, inherited much from both Tiwanaku and Wari. From Tiwanaku came religious symbolism, stoneworking techniques, and agricultural methods for high-altitude environments. From Wari came administrative strategies, road-building expertise, and the concept of regional governance through provincial centers. In this way, the Tiwanaku-Wari complex formed a foundation for the Andean imperial tradition, two models of power that the Inca blended into their own system. Archaeological rediscovery. Modern archaeology has uncovered much of what we know about Tiwanaku and Wari, yet gaps remain. Excavations at Tiwanaku's ceremonial core have revealed complex water systems and astronomical alignments, while Wari sites show evidence of state-planned urban design and craft specialization. Still, questions linger. Were Tiwanaku and Wari allies, rivals, or parallel states with minimal direct contact? Did they share religious festivals or diplomatic exchanges? Or were their interactions mostly economic, with political competition at the edges of their territories? Two visions of civilizations standing among the colossal stones of Tiwanaku. One feels the weight of religious purpose, an architecture meant to bring people closer to the gods. Walking through the ruins of Wari, one senses the logic of a planned society. Walls, gates, and courtyards designed for order and control. These were two visions of what it meant to build a civilization in the high Andes. Neither outlasted the other by more than a generation. Yet together they shaped the cultural and political map of pre-Inca South America, echoes in stone and thread today. The winds still cross the Altiplano and the highland valleys, passing over the stones of Tiwanaku temples and the walls of Wari's compounds. Farmers still terrace the hillsides. Weavers still create patterns rooted in ancient designs, and travelers still follow paths that once connected these great centers. The Tiwanaku-Wari complex was not a single empire, but a dialogue between two civilizations, a dialogue carried in stone, thread, and the memory of a time when the Andes were home to twin powers unlike any before or since. And perhaps, in that high silence, the conversation has never truly ended. The Nosca Paracas transition from the cloth of the ancestors to the lines in the desert along the southern coast of ancient Peru, a profound transformation unfolded over the course of centuries. The Paracas people, masters of textile, art, elaborate burial traditions, and coastal agriculture, gradually gave way to the Nazca culture, known today for its mysterious geoglyphs and striking polychrome pottery. The story of this transition, which occurred roughly between 200 BCE and 200 CE, is a bridge between two visions of the Andean world, one rooted in the subterranean tombs of the ancestors, the other in vast designs traced across the open desert. Paracas legacy. The Paracas culture flourished between 800 BCE and 200 BCE along the arid southern coast, particularly on the Paracas Peninsula and in the Ica Valley. despite the harsh desert environment, they developed complex irrigation systems that made the land bloom with cotton, maize, beans, and fruits. Paracas is most famous for its textiles, some of the most elaborate in the ancient Americas, woven from cotton and camelid fibers and dyed with vivid natural pigments. These textiles featured intricate geometric patterns, stylized figures, and supernatural beings. Many were used as funerary wraps in the deep shaft tombs where the dead were placed in seated, flexed positions, surrounded by offerings. These burials, known as the Paracas necropolis, were both expressions of status and acts of spiritual continuity, ensuring that the ancestors remained active members of the community. Signs of change. By around 200 BCE, changes in material culture began to appear. In some valleys, pottery styles shifted toward new forms and decorations. Irrigation networks expanded inland, suggesting population growth and perhaps new social demands. Textiles remained important, but designs began to include new motifs and color schemes, foreshadowing the style that would become Nazca art. Archaeologists debate whether this transformation was the result of migration, internal development, or the blending of different groups. What is clear is that coastal communities were becoming more interconnected with inland and highland populations. The rise of Nazca pottery. One of the most visible markers of the transition was the shift in ceramic production. Paracas pottery was relatively simple in shape and often relied on post-fire resin painting. In the emerging Nazca style, potters developed thin-walled vessels with fine finishes, painted before firing with a palette of multiple mineral-based colors. Nazca ceramics depicted a range of themes from everyday scenes of fishing and farming to elaborate portrayals of supernatural beings. The technical and artistic leap from Paracas pottery was striking, suggesting new workshops, specialized artisans, and possibly new social or religious functions for these objects. Shifts in religious practice. Paracas religion emphasized ancestor worship and elaborate funerary rituals. The dead were often interred in large family or community tombs, accompanied by textiles, tools, food, and even trophies from warfare. By the early Nazca period, burial practices began to change. While some aspects of Paracas funerary tradition persisted, Nazca communities placed greater emphasis on ceremonial centers above ground. Sites such as Kawachi in the Nazca Valley became focal points for ritual gatherings, pilgrimage, and offerings. This shift from underground tombs to open ceremonial spaces reflects a transformation in how the living engaged with the sacred, a move from the intimate space of the ancestors to the vast, communal space of the desert. The lines in the desert. It was during this transitional period that the first large-scale geoglyphs, precursors to the famous Nazca lines, may have begun to appear. Simple geometric shapes, straight lines, and figures were etched into the desert floor, visible from surrounding hillsides. While these early geoglyphs were modest compared to the later Nazca repertoire, they marked a new form of sacred landscape. Rather than being hidden within tombs, ritual art was now inscribed on the earth itself. Under the open sky. Economic continuity and change. Agriculture remained central to life throughout the transition. The expansion of irrigation canals allowed for greater production of maize, beans, squash, and cotton. Cotton was still vital for textile production, fishing nets, and trade goods. Fishing continued to provide protein and trade items such as dried fish and shellfish. Llama caravans from the highlands brought obsidian, feathers, and coca leaves, ensuring that coastal valleys remained tied to wider Andean networks. Technology and adaptation. Both Paracas and Nazca engineers adapted to the challenges of water management in the desert. The Paracas had pioneered canal systems, while the Nazca later developed underground aqueducts known as puquios. These innovations may have roots in the transitional period, as communities experimented with ways to secure water year-round. This emphasis on hydraulic control was not merely economic, it had a spiritual dimension. In the Andean worldview, water was a living force, and managing it was both a practical necessity and a sacred duty. Cultural blending. In some valleys, Paracas and Nazca styles appear together in the archaeological record, suggesting coexistence and gradual blending rather than abrupt replacement. A textile might display Paracas weaving techniques, but with Nazca color palettes. A burial might use older Paracas-style wrappings. alongside newer ceramic offerings. Such hybrid forms hint at a period of negotiation between old ways and new visions, between coastal traditions and inland influences. The role of Caxinawa Nazca culture took shape. Caxinawa emerged as a major ceremonial center. Located in the Nazca Valley, it consisted of a series of adobe pyramids and open plazas, surrounded by smaller structures. Evidence suggests it was not a densely populated city, but a pilgrimage and ritual site used by surrounding communities. Caxinawa's rise may have been one of the defining shifts of the transition, a movement toward centralization of religious life in a shared, monumental space, drawing together previously more localized coastal groups. The end of Paracas as a distinct culture by around 200 CE. The Paracas culture had fully merged into the early Nazca horizon. The shaft tomb tradition faded, replaced by other burial customs. Textile production continued, but with evolving styles. Pottery, ceremonial architecture, and geoglyph making became hallmarks of the Nazca world. Yet Paracas' influence endured, in weaving techniques, in motifs that carried forward into Nazca art, and in the deep connection between ritual life and the desert landscape. Archaeological insights. Modern excavations have provided much of our understanding of this transition. The dry climate has preserved Paracas and early Nazca textiles in remarkable condition, allowing for detailed study of dyes, patterns, and weaving methods. Ceramic sequences trace stylistic changes over generations, while isotope studies of human remains reveal shifts in diet and mobility. Still, many questions remain. Was the transition driven by climate change, by new religious movements, or by shifts in political alliances? And how did individual communities experience this transformation, as disruption, renewal, or simply the natural course of change? From cloth to desert canvasy, Nazca Paracas' transition was not just a change in material culture, it was a transformation in how people conceived of the sacred and their place in the world. The Paracas wrapped their ancestors in layers of cloth, hidden deep in the earth. The Nazca traced their beliefs on the land itself, to be seen from the sky and the surrounding hills. Both visions were rooted in the desert's fragile abundance, in the careful management of water, and in the belief that humans could speak to the gods through art, whether woven, painted, or carved into the earth. Today, the winds still sweep across the Paracas Peninsula and the Nazca Plain. Beneath the sand lie the tombs of the Paracas, still wrapped in their colorful shrouds. Across the plateau stretch the lines of the Nazca, vast and silent. Together, they tell the story of a people who transformed their world and left their mark in both the earth below and the sky above. And perhaps, in the meeting of those two visions, the desert still remembers. The Inca forebears, Kilk, Wari, and Chanca before the Inca rose to build their vast empire. The Andes were home to powerful cultures whose influence shaped every stone, road, and ceremony of the imperial age. Among these were the Wari, architects of administrative order, the Kilk early builders in the Cusco Valley, and the Chanca fierce warriors who would challenge the Inca's very survival. Together, they formed the foundation and the crucible from which the Inca state emerged. The Wari masters of order. The Wari civilization thrived between roughly 600 and 1100 CE, centuries before the Inca Empire. From their capital near present-day Ayacucho in central Peru, the Wari created one of the first large-scale political systems in the Andes. They built a network of provincial centers connected by well-planned roads, many of which the Inca would later expand into their own imperial highway system. Wari urban centers were organized with high-walled compounds, restricted entryways, and storage facilities. Colchas, a design meant to control access and resources. In agriculture, the Wari developed extensive terracing systems, bringing marginal lands into cultivation and ensuring food security for large populations. Their influence reached deep into the Cusco Valley, where their administrative and agricultural methods took root, though the Wari state eventually collapsed, possibly due to drought and political fragmentation. Their blueprint for governance endured. The Inca would later adopt and refine their strategies for integrating distant provinces under central authority. The Kilk, first builders of Cusco, in the shadow left by the Wari collapse, smaller regional groups rose to prominence. In the Cusco Valley, the Kilk culture flourished between roughly 900 and 1200 CE. Archaeologists believe they were the direct predecessors of the Inca in this heartland. The Kilk left behind fortifications, agricultural terraces, and pottery, marked by simple geometric designs in black and red on cream backgrounds. Most famously, they began construction on what would become one of the most iconic Inca sites, Caxinawa. The earliest walls there, made of smaller, less precisely cut stones, are attributed to Kilk builders. Kilk settlements suggest a society organized around agriculture and local defense, with growing control over valley resources. Their control of fertile lands and key trade routes positioned them well, yet they never became an expansive empire. Instead, their legacy would be inherited, transformed, and expanded by the Inca, who rose from the same valley. The Chanca, the warriors from the highlands to the west of the Cusco Valley. In the Andahuaylas region lived the Chanca, a formidable people feared across the highlands, emerging around the 13th century. They were skilled in warfare and known for their aggressive expansion into neighboring territories. The Chanca fought in tightly organized units and, according to some chroniclers, took enemy skulls as trophies. Their military reputation was such that their name became synonymous with ferocity in Andean memory. It was the Chanca who nearly ended the Inca line before it truly began. In the mid-15th century, they launched a massive assault on Cusco, threatening to destroy the fledgling kingdom. According to Inca tradition, the reigning ruler Viracocha Inca fled the city, leaving its defense to his son Cusi Yupanqui. Rallying the remaining forces, Cusi Yupanqui defeated the Chanca in a decisive battle, an event that propelled him to the throne as Pachacati, the architect of the Inca Empire. Threads of influence: these three cultures, Wari, Kilk, and Chanca, represent different strands woven into the Inca story. From the Wari, the Inca inherited systems of road construction, provincial administration, and large-scale agricultural management. From the Kilk, they inherited the geographic base of Cusco, early stonework, and control of the valley that would become the imperial capital. From the Chanca, they inherited a defining moment of unity forged in crisis, and perhaps a heightened emphasis on military readiness that would serve them well in later conquests. Archaeological traces: the Wari left behind sprawling ruins such as Pequilocta, a planned city southeast of Cusco with grid-like streets and compounds. The Kilk are remembered in the earlier phases of Sacsayhuaman and in scattered valley sites still under excavation. The Chanca are more elusive in the archaeological record, their legacy preserved as much in oral tradition and Inca chronicles as in stone. Artifacts from Wari polychrome pottery to Kilk jars and Chanca weaponry speak of distinct identities yet shared highland traditions of craft, warfare, and agriculture. The transitional landscape by the time the Inca began their rise in the 13th and 14th centuries. The Andes were a patchwork of regional powers. Many valleys had their own lords, fortified hilltop towns, and alliances, sometimes with, sometimes against, their neighbors. In this landscape, the memory of Wari organization lingered. The Kilk held their valley stronghold, and the Chanca's reputation cast a long shadow. The Incas would navigate this world first, as one among many, negotiating alliances, marrying into local elite families, and gradually consolidating their control before transforming it into an empire. Conflict, adaptation, and continuity: the decisive Chanca War became the turning point. Pachacuti's victory did more than save Cusco. It transformed the Inca into a conquering state. In the years that followed, they expanded rapidly, subjugating not only the Chanca but also the surrounding valleys. In their expansion, they incorporated surviving elements of the Wari road network, rebuilt and expanded Kilk fortifications, and absorbed Chanca warriors into their armies. Inca stonework replaced earlier walls, but often followed the same foundations laid centuries before. Legacy in the Inca Empire: the echoes of these forebears were present throughout the Inca Empire. Wari-inspired administrative centers dotted the empire's provinces. Kilk foundations lay beneath Inca temples and palaces in Cusco. Chanca warriors fought not only against the Inca, but later alongside them, as part of the imperial military machine. The Inca were not merely inventors of a new order, they were master integrators of existing systems, technologies, and traditions. The success of their empire rested in part on their ability to draw from the lessons of those who came before. Unanswered questions: how much direct contact did the late Wari have with the ancestors of the Inca? Were the Kilk an independent power, or an early stage of Inca society? And to what extent did the Chanca War shape Inca political ideology in the centuries that followed? Archaeology continues to refine the answers, uncovering connections between sites and artifacts that suggest a more gradual blending of cultures than the chronicles sometimes portray. The foundations beneath the empire standing in the Cusco Valley. Today, it is easy to imagine the layered history beneath your feet. Beneath the Inca walls are kilkstones. Beneath the Inca roads are warri paths. And in the legends of victory and survival are the remembered battles with the Chanca. The Inca Empire did not rise from nothing. It rose from the work of generations, from the experiments of earlier states, and from the crucible of highland rivalries. In the story of the Kilk, Warri and Chanca, we see the outlines of the empire that would one day stretch from Colombia to Chile. And perhaps, in the quiet of the Andes, the voices of those earlier peoples still echo in the wind through the terraces, the stones of old fortresses, and the roads that have carried travelers for 1,000 years. The Carib civilization, masters of the Lesser Antilles across the chain of Emerald Islands stretching through the Caribbean Sea. The Carib people carved out a maritime world of trade, warfare, and cultural exchange. Known for their seafaring skill and fierce independence, they navigated open waters in sleek canoes, forging connections between islands and the mainland. To outsiders, they were both feared and admired, a people whose name would eventually be given to the entire region. Origins and migrations. The Caribs were part of the broader Arawakan and Caravan-speaking cultural spheres of South America. Archaeological and linguistic evidence suggests that they originated in the river systems of the Orinoco Basin in present-day Venezuela and Guyana. Sometime around the late 1st millennium CE, they began expanding northward into the islands, settling the Lesser Antilles and parts of the Greater Antilles. This migration was not a single wave, but a gradual movement over generations, driven by a combination of trade ambitions, population pressures, and conflict with other groups. Maritime skill and canoe culture, central to Carib life, was the sea. They built long, narrow canoes from hollowed-out tree trunks, sometimes capable of carrying dozens of warriors or traders. These vessels could navigate both open ocean and shallow coastal waters, allowing for rapid movement between islands. Carib navigators used knowledge of currents, prevailing winds, and the position of the stars to make long voyages without the aid of metal instruments. Their mobility allowed them to raid distant islands, establish trade routes, and maintain a far-flung network of kinship ties. Society and organization. Carib communities were typically organized into small villages along river mouths or coastal inlets. Houses, made from wooden frames and palm thatch, were arranged around a central open area used for gatherings and ceremonies. Leadership rested with war chiefs and council elders. While there was no single central government uniting all Caribs, alliances were maintained through marriage, trade, and shared defense against outsiders. Men were often warriors, hunters, and fishermen, while women tended gardens, processed food, and maintained households. Some communities practiced polygyny, and kinship networks extended across multiple islands. That economy and trade. The Carib economy combined agriculture, fishing, and interland exchange. They cultivated cassava, maize, sweet potatoes, and fruits such as guava and papaya. Cassava bread, made from the starchy root, was a staple that could be stored for long voyages. Fishing and hunting supplemented their diet, from reef fish and sea turtles to birds and small mammals. The sea also provided conch shells, which were used as tools, ornaments, and trade goods through their maritime networks. The Caribs traded pottery, woven baskets, cotton textiles, feathers, and exotic stones. They exchanged goods with Arawak-speaking peoples and with mainland groups, moving items hundreds of kilometers from their origin. But war and reputation. To European chroniclers, the Caribs gained a reputation as fierce warriors. Raiding was part of their political and economic strategy, targeting rival groups in the Lesser Antilles and later resisting European colonization. Conflicts with neighboring Arawak-speaking communities may have been common even before European arrival. Raids could serve to capture resources, territory, and sometimes people who might be integrated into Carib society. This martial tradition, combined with their skill and surprise attacks by sea, made the Caribs a formidable presence in the region. Belief systems. The Caribs, like many indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, saw the world as animated by spiritual forces. Shamans acted as intermediaries between the human and spirit worlds, using ritual, song, and plant medicines to heal and guide the community. Spirits were associated with natural elements. The sea, storms, animals, and ancestors were honored through oral tradition and ceremony. The sea itself was both a provider and a source of danger, requiring respect and ritual observance. European contact. When Christopher Columbus arrived in the Caribbean in the late 15th century, he encountered both Arawak-speaking Taino and Carib communities. The Spanish and later the French, English, and Dutch saw the Caribs as obstacles to colonization, describing them in ways that mixed fact, fear, and propaganda. European accounts emphasized Carib warfare, sometimes exaggerating or misrepresenting practices to justify conquest. Claims of cannibalism became common in colonial narratives, though modern scholarship debates the extent and nature of such practices, suggesting that some reports were politically motivated. Resistance and adaptation. The Caribs resisted European encroachment fiercely. They used their mobility to raid colonial settlements, destroy plantations, and disrupt shipping. For over a century, they remained a major force in the Lesser Antilles, allying at times with rival European powers to counter shared enemies. In places like Dominica, St. Vincent, and Grenada, Carib communities held out far longer than many others. In the region, the rugged terrain of these islands, combined with their mastery of the sea, allowed them to retreat inland and regroup when necessary. The Garifuna connection. One of the most remarkable legacies of the Caribs is their role in the formation of the Garifuna people. In St. Vincent, intermarriage between Caribs and shipwrecked or escaped Africans in the 17th century created a distinct Afro-Indigenous community, known as the Garifuna, or Black Caribs. They maintained aspects of Carib language, seafaring, and cultural practice even after forced exile by the British in the late 18th century. Today, Garifuna communities can be found along the coasts of Central America, from Belize to Nicaragua, preserving songs, dances, and traditions that trace back to their island ancestors. Archaeological traces. Archaeology offers glimpses of Carib life before and during European contact. Pottery styles, settlement patterns, and tools show both continuity with mainland traditions and adaptations to island environments. Shell middens reveal diets rich in marine resources, while burial sites offer clues to spiritual beliefs. Some artifacts demonstrate long-distance exchange, proof that Carib navigation linked far-flung regions long before colonial maps charted them. Legacy and memory. Today, descendants of the Caribs still live in the Caribbean. The Kalinago territory in Dominica is home to a recognized Carib community, where traditional crafts, canoe building, and cultural ceremonies continue alongside modern life. Place names, oral histories, and linguistic traces across the Lesser Antilles carry echoes of the Carib presence. The Caribs shaped the history of the Caribbean not only through resistance but through their mastery of its seas, their web of trade and kinship, and their ability to adapt to changing worlds. Unanswered questions. How far did the Carib maritime network extend before European arrival? Were their raids as frequent and large-scale as colonial accounts suggest? Or were they selectively remembered to suit conquest narratives? And what was the full scope of their relationship with mainland South American groups over the centuries? Each excavation, each linguistic study, brings us closer to understanding a people who, for much of their history, moved between the islands, faster than news of them could travel. Sailing between worlds. To stand on a high point in the Lesser Antilles is to see what the Caribs once saw. Islands scattered across a turquoise sea, each a half-day's journey by canoe. It was in this seascape that they lived, fought, traded, and passed on stories. The sea was not a barrier but the thread that bound their world together. The Carib civilization was never a single empire, with borders marked on a map. It was a network, a living, moving web of people and places tied together by skill, courage, and the horizon's promise. And perhaps, somewhere out there on the wind, the sound of paddles still carries across the waves. The Guanahatabi, the forgotten people of western Cubalong, before Spanish ships appeared on the horizon. The island of Cuba was home to several distinct indigenous cultures. Among them, the Guanahatabi were perhaps the most mysterious. Living in the far western reaches of the island, they remained apart from the more well-known Taino, speaking a different language, following older traditions. and relying on ways of life that traced back thousands of years. By the time Europeans arrived, they were already a people on the margins, and within a generation, their presence would vanish almost without a trace. A people apart, the Guanahatabi inhabited the Pinar del Rio region of western Cuba, an area of rugged limestone hills, fertile valleys, and coastal inlets, while the central and eastern parts of the island were dominated by Taino chiefdoms. The Guanahatabi occupied a cultural and linguistic world of their own. Spanish chroniclers noted that they spoke a language entirely different from the Taino, and that communication between the two groups required interpreters. This suggests deep historical separation, perhaps the survival of an older population that had once spread more widely across the Caribbean before being displaced or absorbed by later migrations. Origins and ancestry archaeologists believe that Guanahatabi were descendants of some of the earliest human settlers in the Caribbean, possibly arriving from the Yucatan Peninsula or from northern South America, as early as 4,000 to 6,000 years ago. These first waves of migration were largely composed of hunter-gatherer fisher groups, bringing stone tools and simple pottery. Over time, many early cultures in the Caribbean adopted agriculture and became part of the broader Arab world, but in the west of Cuba, the Guanahatabi retained a predominantly foraging lifestyle, fishing, hunting, and gathering wild plants, even as their neighbors to the east developed large agricultural villages. Life in the west, the Guanahatabi lived in small, scattered communities, often near the coast or along rivers. They built simple shelters from palm fronds, branches, and other local materials. Their subsistence relied heavily on the sea. Fish, shellfish, turtles, and manatees were central to their diet. They also collected fruits, roots, and seeds from the surrounding forests, and hunted birds and small mammals. Tools were made from stone, bone, and shell. Unlike the Taino, they produced little or no elaborate pottery. Instead, using gourds and wooden containers, their material culture was functional and minimal, reflecting a mobile lifestyle that followed seasonal patterns of resource availability. Cultural isolation. The Guanahatabi's isolation was both geographic and cultural. The western tip of Cuba is separated from the central plains by stretches of rugged terrain, limiting contact with larger farming societies. As a result, the Guanahatabi maintained traditions that may have been millennia old by the time Europeans arrived. To the agricultural Tao, the Guanahatabi appeared primitive, a view recorded by Spanish chroniclers and often repeated in later histories. But from an archaeological perspective, they represented a parallel path of survival, one that prioritized mobility, resource diversity, and intimate knowledge of the land and sea. European encounters. When Spanish explorers reached western Cuba in the early 16th century, they found the Guanahatabi living in small coastal settlements. Chroniclers such as Bartolomé de las Casas described them as shy and reclusive, avoiding direct contact when possible. Their language was incomprehensible to both Spaniards and Taino, which further deepened their aura of mystery. The Spanish quickly focused their colonization efforts on the more agriculturally productive regions of central and eastern Cuba, where Taino chiefdoms could be harnessed for labor and tribute. The Guanahatabi, lacking centralized political structures and large food surpluses, were less directly targeted at first, but this did not spare them from the impacts of conquest, disease, and displacement. Like other indigenous peoples of the Caribbean, the Guanahatabi were highly vulnerable to Old World diseases brought by Europeans. Smallpox, measles, and influenza spread rapidly, even to remote communities, causing devastating population loss. At the same time, Spanish settlement disrupted traditional fishing and hunting grounds, and introduced forced labor systems that drew surviving Guanahatabi into colonial towns. Some were relocated, others assimilated into Taino or mixed communities, and many simply disappeared from the historical record. The vanishing. By the mid-16th century, the Guanahatabi as a distinct people had largely vanished. Their language was no longer spoken, their settlements abandoned or absorbed into colonial estates. What remained were scattered references in Spanish chronicles, a few archaeological sites, and the lingering place names of western Cuba. For centuries, their story was overshadowed by the better documented histories of the Taino and the Kalu. Only in recent decades have archaeologists begun to piece together a clearer picture of who the Guanahatabi were and how they fit into the wider Caribbean past. Archaeological clues excavations in Penor del Rio and Isla de la Juventud have uncovered shell middens, stone tools, and hearths dating to the pre-agricultural period. These sites show long-term reliance on marine resources, with some evidence of trade in exotic stones, such as chert and obsidian. The absence of large ceremonial structures or elaborate art fits with accounts of their simple material culture. Yet the skill evident in their fishing tools, dugout canoes, and seasonal settlement patterns speaks to a deep adaptation to their coastal environment. Cultural significance. The Guanahatabi challenged the idea that all Caribbean societies followed the same trajectory from foraging to farming to chief. Their persistence into the early colonial era shows that alternative lifeways based on mobility, mixed subsistence, and small-scale organization could endure for millennia, alongside more centralized agricultural states. They also remind us that isolation does not mean stagnation. The Guanahatabi were active participants in their own ecological niche, managing resources and adapting to changing conditions in ways that sustained them far longer than many might expect. Legacy and memory. Today, little survives of the Guanahatabi in living tradition. Their language is gone, and their genetic legacy is difficult to trace after centuries of mixing and displacement. Yet, in the rugged coasts and caves of western Cuba, their presence can still be felt in the shell heaps along the shore, in the ancient tools buried beneath the sand, and in the place names that predate the Spanish. For Cuba's indigenous history, they are a reminder that not all peoples fit neatly into the narratives of chiefdoms and empires. Some lived in the spaces between, at the edges of political maps, yet at the center of their own worlds. Unanswered questions: where did the Guanahatabi language come from, and how closely was it related to mainland South American tongues? Did they once occupy more of Cuba before retreating westward? And what forms of exchange, if any, did they maintain with the Tainu in the centuries before European contact? Each of these questions hints at a deeper, more complex history waiting to be uncovered. The quiet west. Standing on a cliff in Penor del Rio, the view stretches over turquoise waters and coral reefs. The wind carries the smell of salt and mangrove, the same scent the Guanahatabi would have known for generations. Here, far from the centers of colonial power, they lived out the last chapters of a much older story, one that began long before Spanish maps, long before even the rise of the Taino. The Guanahatabi may be gone as a people, but their place in the human history of the Caribbean remains a quiet testament to resilience, adaptation, and the lives lived at the edge of the known world. The Sigueo people, the enigmatic voices of the northern coast. When Spanish ships first anchored off the northern coast of Hispaniola in 1492, they encountered a people unlike any other they had met in the Caribbean. These were the coastal dwellers whose language, customs, and history set them apart from the Taino societies that dominated most of the island. To the chroniclers of the time, the Sigueo were a mystery, distinct in speech, formidable in presence, and dwelling in a region rich with resources, but little known to outsiders. Homeland and setting: the Sigueo inhabited the Samana Peninsula and surrounding areas of what is now the Dominican Republic. This region, a narrow forested landmass projecting into the Atlantic, offered sheltered bays, abundant fisheries, and fertile soils. Its position along maritime routes made it a natural crossroads for trade and travel. Yet its relative isolation also allowed the Sigueo to maintain a unique cultural identity. The terrain was rugged compared to the broad river valleys favored by Taino chiefdoms, and its jagged coastline, dotted with inlets, was ideal for fishing, canoe travel, and coastal defense. A language apart. One of the most striking differences noted by the Spanish was the Sigueo language. Unlike the Arawakan-based Taino tongue spoken across most of the Greater Antilles, Sigueo speech was entirely unintelligible to both Taino and Europeans. This suggests that the Sigueo may have been descendants of an earlier wave of migration to the islands, possibly linked to Caravan or other mainland South American language families, predating or existing alongside the arrival of Arawakan speakers. The uniqueness of their language means that much of their worldview, oral history, and cultural nuance has been lost. No more than a few words were recorded, leaving scholars with only tantalizing fragments. Lifeways and economists. Sigueo were skilled fishers, hunters, and cultivators. The rich coastal waters provided fish, conch, and turtles, while the forests yielded fruits, roots, and medicinal plants. Agriculture supplemented this abundance with crops such as cassava, maize, and beans grown in cleared plots. They built sturdy canoes capable of handling ocean swells, vessels that could be paddled swiftly in warfare or trade. Their settlements, often near the coast, were made up of palm-thatched dwellings and communal areas for feasting. Craftwork and ceremonies. Trade with neighboring Taino groups likely brought them cotton, ceramics, and decorative shells, while the Siguayo in turn supplied fish, salt, and possibly hardwoods from the peninsula's forests. Weapons and defense. Spanish accounts mention that the Siguayo used distinctive long bows, larger than those of the Tainu, and poisoned arrows for hunting and warfare. This technology, more typical of certain mainland cultures, reinforced the impression that the Siguayo had deep connections to South America. Their defensive advantage came not only from weaponry but also from their geography. The narrow peninsula, with its forests and rocky coastline, could be defended more easily than open plains, a fact that would shape their early encounters with Europeans. First contact with Columbus. Christopher Columbus encountered the Siguayo during his first voyage in January 1493, after leaving the settlement of La Navidad on the north coast of Hispaniola. As his ships approached the Samana Peninsula, the Siguayo canoes came out to meet them. The meeting quickly turned tense. According to Columbus's journal, the Siguayo showed no signs of submission and prepared for battle, brandishing their long bows and arrows. A brief skirmish followed, making this one of the earliest recorded armed confrontations between Europeans and an indigenous Caribbean people. Columbus and his men. This resistance was unexpected, a stark contrast to the more welcoming reception they had received from Taino chiefs elsewhere. To the Siguayo, it may have been a defensive response to unknown outsiders, arriving in armed ships, a reputation for independence following this encounter. The Spanish regarded the Samana region as dangerous. The Siguayo were seen as independent-minded, unwilling to be easily drawn into the political networks dominated by Taino. Cossacks aligned with the newcomers. Some historians believe the Siguayo may have maintained a political structure based more on village autonomy than on large-scale chiefdoms. This decentralized organization would have made them less susceptible to rapid conquest, but also less able to mount unified resistance in the long term. Transition under colonization. As Spanish colonization expanded across Hispaniola, the Siguayo region eventually came under control through a combination of force, missionary activity, and the devastating impact of European diseases. Smallpox, influenza, and other illnesses spread quickly, killing many who had never before encountered such epidemics. Those who survived were often incorporated into the colonial labor system, relocated to mission towns, or absorbed into neighboring indigenous communities. Over the course of the 16th century, the distinct Siguayo identity faded from written records, though descendants undoubtedly remained. Archaeological insights. Archaeological work in the Samana Peninsula has uncovered shell, middens, fishing tools, and ceramics that suggest a long-standing maritime adaptation. The mix of pottery styles hints at interaction with Taino groups, while certain tool types align more closely with mainland South American traditions. Burial sites are rare, but those that have been found suggest varied mortuary practices, possibly reflecting influences from multiple cultural sources. Cultural significance. The Siguayo stand as a reminder that the Caribbean was never culturally uniform. Even in islands dominated by Arawakan-speaking peoples, they embodied the persistence of older migration waves, adapted to local environments, yet maintaining links, linguistic, technological, and perhaps genetic, to distant homelands. Their resistance to Columbus's landing also offers one of the earliest examples of indigenous defiance against European intrusion in the Americas. Unanswered questions. Where exactly did the Siguayo language originate? Were they a remnant of pre-Arawakan settlers who survived in isolation, or part of a later Caribbean migration into the Greater Antilles? And how much of their culture lived on, hidden within the communities that replaced them? The silence of the sources leaves these questions open. Yet each archaeological find and linguistic analysis offers another small piece of the puzzle. Echoes on the peninsula. Standing today on the cliffs of the Samana Peninsula, the Atlantic stretches unbroken to the horizon. In the bays below, the water is the same deep blue that the Siguayo once navigated in their canoes. It is easy to imagine them scanning the sea for approaching sails, their bows ready, their lives tied to the rhythm of tides and seasons. though their name survives mainly in Spanish chronicles. The Segueyo were part of a much older story, one of migration, adaptation, and endurance in a world of shifting shores. The Segueyo may be gone as a distinct people, but in the land they once guarded, in the coastal winds and the scent of salt, in the air, their spirit lingers, a reminder that the first voices of the Caribbean were many, and some still whisper in the spaces history almost forgot. The Timutuquica, the highland architects of the Venezuelan Andes high, in the cool valleys of the Venezuelan Andes, a people thrived for centuries in a world far removed from the tropical lowlands. The Timutuquica, a collective term for several closely related highland groups, built terraced fields on steep slopes, constructed stone dwellings, and maintained a way of life that blended agriculture, craftsmanship, and trade. When the Spanish arrived in the early 16th century, they found a landscape shaped by human hands and a society adapted perfectly to its mountain home, a civilization unlike any other in the region. Homeland in the clouds, the Timutuquica inhabited the Marora and Trujillo regions of present-day Venezuela, a highland zone characterized by narrow valleys, fast-flowing rivers, and peaks that could be snow-capped even in the tropics. This mountainous environment, while challenging, provided fertile soils, natural defenses, and a cool climate ideal for certain crops. The name Timutuquica is a modern archaeological and ethnographic designation. In reality, the highlands were home to multiple related ethnic groups, including the Timutuquicas, Mucukis, and others, linked by cultural similarities but with their own distinct identities. Terraces and irrigation. Perhaps the most striking achievement of the Timutuquica was their mastery of highland agriculture. On the steep slopes, they built terraces supported by stone walls, creating flat plots where none had existed. Irrigation canals carried water from mountain streams to these fields, ensuring steady moisture for crops. They cultivated potatoes, uluco oca, and other tubers native to the Andes, alongside maize, beans, and quinoa. This agricultural system was highly productive, allowing them to sustain dense populations in areas that would otherwise be too steep for farming. Stone villages. Timutuquica settlements were built with permanence in mind. Houses had stone foundations and walls of stone or wattle adobe, often with thatched roofs. Villages were laid out with narrow lanes, plazas, and communal spaces, reflecting a degree of social planning uncommon in much of pre-Columbian Venezuela. Stone architecture, combined with storage facilities for surplus crops, suggests a stable, organized society with the ability to prepare for seasonal shortages or trade surpluses. Crafts and material culture. The Timutuquica were skilled artisans. They produced finely woven cotton textiles, ceramic vessels for cooking and storage, and stone tools adapted for agricultural and domestic use. Pottery styles varied across the highlands, with some featuring incised or painted designs. They also worked with wood, bone, and shell, creating tools, ornaments, and ritual objects. Archaeological finds suggest they valued both practicality and aesthetics, integrating art into daily life. Trade networks. Though based in the highlands, the Timutuquica were not isolated. They maintained trade connections with lowland peoples, exchanging potatoes, textiles, and stone tools for tropical goods such as coca leaves, salt, feathers, and exotic fruits. These exchanges tied them into a broader web of Andean and Caribbean cultural interaction, bridging ecological zones and fostering mutual dependence between highland farmers and lowland gatherers. Social and political organization. The Timutuquica lived in communities led by local chiefs, likely chosen from prominent families. These leaders oversaw agricultural coordination, water management, and trade relations. While there is no evidence of a centralized state comparable to the Inca, the Timutuquica exhibited a high degree of organization and cooperation, especially in maintaining shared infrastructure like terraces and canals. Ritual life likely centered on agricultural cycles, with ceremonies to ensure good harvests and maintain harmony with the mountain spirits. Shamans or ritual specialists would have played key roles in mediating between the human and spiritual realms. Defense and conflict. The highland location provided natural defenses, but archaeological evidence, including hilltop fortifications, in some areas, suggests the Timutuquica were prepared for conflict. They may have faced threats from neighboring groups competing for land, or from lowland raiders seeking highland goods. Weapons included stone-tipped spears, bows, and clubs, though the extent of organized warfare remains uncertain. Spanish encounter. When Spanish expeditions entered the Venezuelan Andes in the early 1500s, they were struck by the ordered fields and stone villages of the Timotokwi. Chroniclers described the abundance of food, the skill of the weavers, and the industriousness of the people. However, contact quickly turned to conquest. Spanish forces, seeking land, labor, and tribute, disrupted the agricultural systems that sustained the highland communities. Encomiendas, systems of forced labor and tribute, were imposed, drawing many Timotokwi into colonial service. Impact of colonization. European diseases, to which the Timotokwi had no immunity, swept through the highlands, drastically reducing the population. The careful balance of terrace agriculture suffered as communities were displaced or forced to work in Spanish settlements, yet elements of Timotokwi life persisted. Terraces continued to be used for farming, and many highland towns in Marora and Trujillo traced their locations to pre-Columbian villages. Archaeological legacy. The legacy of the Timotokwi is visible in the stone terraces that still contour the slopes of the Venezuelan Andes. Archaeological excavations have revealed pottery, tools, and the foundations of ancient dwellings, helping to reconstruct their way of life. Studies of pollen and soils confirm the long-term impact of their agriculture, showing centuries of cultivation in areas once thought too steep or rocky for sustained farming. Cultural significance. The Timotokwi stand out in the history of northern South America for their sophisticated adaptation to highland environments. While many neighboring societies relied heavily on shifting cultivation or foraging, the Timotokwi built permanent, intensive agricultural systems that rivaled those of the Central Andes. They represent a distinct cultural zone, shaped by geography, innovation, and centuries of interaction with surrounding peoples, and their survival, until the moment of Spanish conquest, speaks to the resilience of their traditions. Unanswered questions. Were the Timotokwi directly influenced by Andean high civilizations, like the Inca and Wari, or did they develop their terrace systems independently? How far did their trade networks reach, and what role did they play in connecting South America's interior with the Caribbean coast? These questions remain subjects of ongoing research, each new excavation offering the potential to illuminate the highland world they once ruled. Echoes. In the Andes. To walk through the Venezuelan Andes today is to see the imprint of the Timotokwi in every stone wall and terraced hillside. The patterns of fields follow ancient lines. The irrigation channels mirror those first cut centuries ago. In the cool mountain air, among the same crops they once tended, their legacy endures, quiet but unmistakable. The Spanish chroniclers wrote of their villages with surprise, perhaps not expecting to find such a well-ordered society in these heights. Yet for the Timotokwi, the mountains were not an obstacle, but a home, a place where skill, cooperation, and knowledge of the land could build a lasting world. And perhaps, in the mist that drifts through the valleys at dawn, one can still sense the presence of the highland architects, tending fields in the clouds. The Muso Confederation, Emerald Lords of the Andesan, the emerald-rich mountains of what is now central Colombia. The Muso Confederation thrived for centuries before the arrival of the Spanish, known for their mastery of mining, fierce independence, and resilience in the face of conquest. The Muso occupied a rugged, forested landscape where wealth and warfare were woven together. They were feared by neighboring peoples and coveted by outsiders, for in their territory lay some of the most valuable gemstones in the world. Land of green stones. The Muso lived in the western foothills of the eastern Cordillera of the Colombian Andes, in the modern-day Boyaca and Cunda regions. Their homeland was a challenging mix of steep mountains, dense forests, and swift rivers, a natural fortress. But it was not only the terrain that made this land valuable. Here, embedded in veins of rock, lay brilliant green emeralds, prized for their color and rarity. The Muso were the first to mine and trade these gems on a large scale, turning their territory into both a source of wealth and a target for invasion. A confederation of peoples, the Muso were not a single centralized kingdom but rather a loose confederation of allied chiefdoms. Each community was led by its own cacique, and together they maintained a network of alliances for mutual defense and trade. This structure allowed them flexibility in times of war, but it also meant their unity depended on shared interest and external threats. Their society was part of the larger Chibcha cultural sphere of the Colombian highlands, but they maintained a distinct identity, particularly in their reputation as warriors and in their skill at working with emeralds agriculture and daily life. Despite their mountainous environment, the Muso cultivated a variety of crops. Using terraces and slash-and-burn techniques, they grew maize, beans, yucca, and tropical fruits. The fertile valleys also supported coca cultivation, a plant used in ritual and daily life for its stimulant properties. Villages consisted of circular, thatched houses clustered together, with communal areas for meetings, feasts, and rituals. The Muso were skilled weavers and potters, producing textiles and ceramics, decorated with geometric designs. Goldwork was rare compared to their emerald artistry, but they used gold in ornaments and ritual objects obtained through trade. Emerald mining and trade. The Muso's mastery of emerald extraction set them apart. Mining was done with stone and wooden tools, prying the gemstones from exposed veins or shallow pits. The process required both patience and deep knowledge of the local geology. Emeralds were traded across vast distances, reaching other Chibcha-speaking groups, lowland tribes, and possibly even coastal regions. For the Muso, these stones were not only a trade good, but also objects of spiritual and ceremonial value, linked to fertility, abundance, and the life-giving forces of the earth. Warrior reputation. The Muso were renowned and feared for their skill in combat. Their warfare was characterized by ambushes, guerrilla tactics, and intimate knowledge of their rugged terrain. Poisoned arrows, spears, and clubs were common weapons, and warriors often painted their bodies and wore feathers or ornaments that signified their bravery. Neighboring groups, including the powerful Muska Confederation to the east, considered the Muso dangerous rivals. Conflicts over territory, trade routes, and resources were frequent, and the Muso's resistance to outside control became part of their identity. Spiritual life. The Muso believed their emeralds were gifts from the gods. Imbued with spiritual power, shamans played central roles in interpreting omens, conducting healing rituals, and maintaining the balance between the community and the natural world. Ceremonies often included coca chewing, music, and dance, with offerings made to deities associated with fertility, the earth, and the sky. Some traditions linked the emerald's green brilliance to the renewal of life and the cycles of rain and growth. First contact with the Spanish. The Spanish first heard of the Muso in the early 16th century, through tales of green stones beyond the Muisca territory. In 1537, after subduing the Muisca, Spanish expeditions pushed westward into Muso lands, seeking the source of these legendary emeralds. They found a people unwilling to submit. The Muso resisted fiercely, using their knowledge of the terrain to stage ambushes and cut off supply lines. For years, Spanish forces failed to establish control, suffering heavy losses in the dense forests and steep mountains. Conquest and resistance. The war against the Muso became one of the most difficult campaigns in the Spanish conquest of Colombia. It was not until the mid-1550s, nearly 2 decades after initial contact, that the Spanish managed to capture key strongholds, largely through relentless military pressure and alliances with rival indigenous groups. Even then, Muso resistance did not end. Raids, uprisings, and flight into the forests continued for years, making Spanish control tenuous. The emerald mines under colonial rule. Once the Spanish consolidated power, they moved quickly to take over the emerald mines. The most famous of these, such as Muso and Cosquez, became royal monopolies, with indigenous laborers forced to work under harsh conditions. Many Muso were relocated, conscripted, or absorbed into the colonial labor system, and their traditional society was disrupted. Over time, the distinct political structure of the Confederation dissolved, but their legacy as the original masters of the emerald remained. Archaeological legacy. Archaeological work in the Muso region has uncovered emerald-bearing artifacts, stone tools, and remnants of settlements. These finds confirm the long-standing connection between the people and the gemstone trade. The combination of Chibcha-style pottery, unique to the region, and mining-related tools provides insight into how the Muso balanced agricultural life with specialized extraction work. Cultural significance. The Muso Confederation represents a rare exerce-based society that retained autonomy for an extended period against both indigenous and European rivals. Their ability to defend their territory for decades in the face of Spanish Conquest is a testament to their strategic skill and cohesion in times of crisis. The emeralds they once mined are now symbols of Colombian identity, yet their origin, in Muso hands, is often overlooked in popular history. Unanswered questions were: did the Muso's expertise in emerald mining originate? Did they develop their techniques independently, or were they inherited from earlier cultures in the region? And how extensive were their trade networks before the Spanish disrupted them? These questions remain open, with each archaeological discovery offering potential clues, echoes in the green today. The emerald mines of Muso still operate, producing some of the finest gemstones in the world. Yet, in the quiet hills beyond the mining towns, the forests reclaim old paths, and the rivers still run as they did in the time of the Confederation. The Muso may have been conquered, but their mastery of the land and the deep green stones hidden within it remains part of the living memory of Colombia's mountains. And perhaps, in the gleam of a flawless emerald, there is still a glimmer of the warriors, miners, and leaders who once guarded these treasures with their lives. If you'd like, I can also prepare a companion script on the Muisca-Muso rivalry, exploring how these two powerful Chibcha-speaking peoples shaped the history of pre-Columbian Colombia. Before the Spanish arrival, would you like me to do that next? The Guayan civilization, the keepers of the Middle Magdalenian, the fertile valleys and rugged plateaus of what is now Santander, Colombia. The Guayan people lived for centuries in a land of deep canyons, warm rivers, and fertile terraces. They were skilled farmers, weavers, and traders, bridging the Andean highlands and the lowland tropics. To the Spanish, who first encountered them in the early 16th century, they were a prosperous, organized people. And yet, within a few generations, their distinct culture would fade from the historical record, leaving behind only traces in the land and in memory. Homeland of contrasts, the Guayan inhabited the Middle Magdalena River basin, particularly the Chicamacha Canyon and surrounding highlands. This region was a natural crossroads, where the Andes begin to descend toward Colombia's northern plains. Here, climates and ecosystems overlapped. Highland terraces offered cool, dry conditions for certain crops, while river valleys provided warm, humid environments ideal for others. The geography shaped Guayan life. Steep canyons and plateaus provided natural defenses, while the river networks allowed for trade and communication over long distances. Agricultural mastery: the Guayan were expert farmers, using terraced fields to prevent erosion and make the most of their rugged terrain. They cultivated maize, beans, cotton, and tobacco, alongside fruit trees such as guava and avocado. In the warmer valleys, they grew coca, a plant central to ritual and trade, and used irrigation systems to ensure year-round production. Their agricultural surplus supported large, stable communities and enabled them to participate in extensive trade with neighboring cultures. Textiles and craftsmanship: the Guayan were especially famous for their textiles. They cultivated cotton and produced finely woven cloth, decorated with geometric patterns. These textiles were used for clothing, trade, and as a marker of social status. They also crafted ceramics with intricate designs, stone tools, and gold ornaments, often obtained through trade rather than local production. Their material culture reflected both utility and artistry, integrating influences from neighboring Andean and Caribbean cultures. Trade networks situated between the highlands of the Chibcha-speaking Muisca and the lowland peoples of the Magdalena and Caribbean coast, the Guayan acted as intermediaries in long-distance trade. They exchanged cotton cloth, coca, and agricultural products for salt, emeralds, and gold from the highlands, as well as shells and other tropical goods from the lowlands. This role as a bridge between worlds gave them both economic power and cultural diversity, as goods, ideas, and customs moved through their territory. Social and political structure: the Guayan lived in organized communities under the leadership of caciques, or chiefs, who governed local affairs and coordinated trade and defense. These leaders were supported by councils of elders and held both political and ritual authority. The society was stratified, with artisans, farmers, and warriors playing defined roles. Ritual specialists or shamans mediated between the human and spiritual realms, ensuring the fertility of crops, the success of hunts, and the well-being of the community. Beliefs and rituals: while direct records of Guayan belief systems are scarce, archaeological evidence and Spanish chronicles suggest they practiced ancestor veneration and maintained a close spiritual relationship with the land. Coca chewing, combined with lime from seashells, was common in ritual contexts, as was the use of tobacco in ceremonies. Burials often included offerings of ceramics, tools and ornaments, suggesting a belief in an afterlife where such goods would be needed. First contact with the Spanish. When Spanish expeditions moved into the Middle Magdalena in the early 1530s, they encountered Guane settlements that impressed them with their order and abundance. Chroniclers noted their fine clothing, large stores of maize, and the skill of their craftsmen. However, the Guane's location, along strategic routes linking the interior to the Caribbean, made them a target for conquest. Spanish forces, allied with neighboring groups, moved to bring them under colonial control. Conquest and decline. The Guane resisted initial Spanish incursions but faced the combined pressures of superior weaponry, disease, and disruption of their trade systems. Smallpox and other European diseases spread rapidly, causing significant population losses even before direct military confrontation. By the mid-16th century, the Spanish had established control over Guane territory. Communities were reorganized into colonial towns, and the encomiendas system imposed labor and tribute obligations on the survivors. Disappearance of a culture. Over the next century, the Guane identity faded. Intermarriage with Spanish settlers and neighboring indigenous groups, coupled with the suppression of traditional practices, eroded their distinct cultural markers. By the 18th century, references to the Guane as a living people had all but disappeared from colonial records, though their descendants continued to inhabit the region in mixed communities. Archaeological evidence today. The legacy of the Guane survives in the archaeological record: terraced fields carved into canyon slopes, cemeteries containing mummified remains, and caches of cotton cloth preserved in dry caves. Their textiles, in particular, have drawn scholarly attention for their complexity and beauty, offering a rare glimpse into pre-Columbian weaving traditions in northern South America. Ceramic finds reveal stylistic links to both the highland and lowland cultures, confirming the Guane's role as cultural intermediaries. Cultural significance. The Guane are a reminder that some of the most influential indigenous societies were not vast empires or centralized states, but smaller, strategically located cultures that connected larger worlds. Their position between the Andes and the Caribbean made them vital to the flow of goods and ideas across the region. Their skill as farmers, weavers, and traders speaks to a society deeply adapted to its environment and to the opportunities offered by its geography. Unanswered questions: where did the Guane originate, and how closely were they related to their highland neighbors? Were they a branch of the broader Chibcha-speaking cultural sphere, or a distinct people who developed their own traditions in parallel? And to what extent did their textile designs encode cultural or spiritual meaning now lost to history? Each question points toward a deeper understanding of a people whose disappearance from the historical stage was swift, but whose influence lingered in the trade routes and cultural exchanges they once controlled. Echoes in the canyons today. The Chicamarcha Canyon remains one of Colombia's most dramatic landscapes, a place of windswept cliffs, winding rivers, and terraced slopes that still bear the marks of human hands. In the quiet of the canyon, one can imagine the sound of looms working in the villages, the bustle of markets where goods from distant lands were exchanged, and the rituals performed to honor ancestors and the fertile earth. Though the Guane as a distinct people have vanished, their legacy endures in the very fabric of the land they shaped, in the patterns of terraces and trade that continue to define the region, and perhaps in the rustle of cotton fields under the Andean sun. The threads of their story still whisper across the centuries. The Achagua civilization, guardians of the Orinoco Plains in the vast open plains of the Orinoco River basin, where the horizon stretches unbroken and the rivers braid through endless grasslands. The Achagua people forged a life of balance between water and land, known for their skill as canoeists, their agricultural expertise, and their resilience in the face of both indigenous and European challenges. The Achagua once commanded wide stretches of the Colombian and Venezuelan land. Their story is one of adaptation to an environment of extremes, to the rhythms of seasonal floods and droughts, and to the sweeping changes brought by the colonial era. Homeland of the Llanos. The Achagua inhabited the central and western Llanos, a savanna region spanning parts of present-day eastern Colombia and southwestern Venezuela. This was a land defined by two seasons: the rainy months, when swollen rivers flood the plains and turn them into an inland sea, and the dry months, when the grasslands stretch parched under a relentless sun. The Achagwa's homeland was crisscrossed by tributaries of the Orinoco, highways of water that connected distant communities and linked them to other peoples across the basin. Origins and language. The Achagwa were part of the Arawakan language family, one of the most widespread in South America and the Caribbean. Linguistic ties connect them to other Arawakan-speaking peoples, including the Locono of the Guianas and the Taino of the Greater Antilles, suggesting ancient migrations and cultural links across vast distances. Their oral traditions speak of ancestral wanderings and the shaping of the land by spirits, stories that placed the Achagwa firmly within a landscape, alive with meaning. Agriculture and subsistence. The Achagwa were skilled agriculturalists along the banks of rivers, and on slightly elevated ground, they planted cassava, maize, beans, plantains, and sweet potatoes. In flood-prone areas, they built raised mounds or selected higher patches of savanna to avoid crop loss. Fishing was central to their diet, especially during the rainy season when fish moved into newly flooded areas. They also hunted deer, capybara, peccary, and waterfowl, using bows, arrows, and blowguns. The seasonal abundance of the Llanos shaped their calendar and social life, with planting, harvesting, fishing, and hunting tied to the ebb and flow of the rivers. Villages and social structure. Eco-villages were often located near rivers for easy access to transportation and food. Houses were built from palm, wood, and thatch, arranged in clusters that allowed for communal gatherings. Each village was led by a chief, a position often hereditary, but also dependent on leadership ability, skill in negotiation, and success in war. Society was organized around extended families, with cooperation essential for agriculture, fishing, expeditions, and defense. Decision-making often involved councils of elders, ensuring that leadership reflected collective wisdom. Trade and exchange. The Achagwa occupied a strategic position in the Orinoco trade network. They exchanged agricultural products, fish, and cotton cloth for goods from other regions, salt from upriver communities, stone tools from the Guiana highlands, and ornaments from the Andes. They also traded with other Arawakan-speaking peoples, reinforcing linguistic and cultural connections that extended beyond the Llanos. Warfare and defense. The Llanos were not only a place of trade, but also of conflict. The Achagwa sometimes clashed with neighboring Caravan-speaking groups, who raided for captives and resources. Achagwa warriors used bows with long arrows tipped in sharpened bone or stone, and some accounts mention poisoned arrowheads, a tactic common in parts of the Orinoco Basin. Raiding was both a defensive measure and a means of asserting dominance, and the Achagwa's position in the open plains required both vigilance and mobility. Spiritual life. Igagwa cosmology wove together the forces of water, sky, and earth. Shamans served as intermediaries with the spirit world, conducting ceremonies to ensure good harvests, protect against illness, and maintain harmony with the natural order. Rituals often involved music, dance, and the use of tobacco or coca as sacred stimulants. Certain animals, like the jaguar and the anaconda, held special symbolic significance, representing power, transformation, and the connection between realms. First contact with the Spanish. The Achagwa first encountered Spanish expeditions in the 16th century as explorers pushed into the Orinoco Basin in search of gold, slaves, and routes to the fabled El Dorado. Initially, the Achagwa avoided large-scale confrontation, using their knowledge of the terrain to control when and where contact occurred. By the 17th century, however, Spanish missions and military outposts began to encroach on Achagwa territory. Jesuit missionaries established reductions, settlements intended to convert and control indigenous populations along key rivers. Colonial pressures. Colonial expansion brought profound change. Some Achagwa communities entered into alliances with the Spanish against rival indigenous groups, trading relative autonomy for protection. Others resisted, fleeing deeper into the plains or waging guerrilla warfare. Diseases such as smallpox and measles devastated populations, while forced labor systems and mission life disrupted traditional seasonal cycles. By the 18th century, the Achagwa population had been reduced and dispersed, with many incorporated into multi-ethnic mission towns along the Meta and Orinoco rivers. archaeological and ethno-historical evidence material traces of Akawa life are subtle, as the tropical climate and mobile settlement patterns limit preservation. However, sites along the Meta River have yielded ceramics, stone tools, and evidence of agriculture. Ethno-historical accounts from missionaries and travelers provide additional details, often filtered through European perspectives, describing Achagua clothing, canoe making, and ceremonial life. Cultural significance. The Chagua are an example of a society deeply adapted to a challenging yet bountiful environment. Their seasonal strategies, riverine expertise, and wide trade connections allowed them to thrive in the Llanos for generations. They also illustrate the complex choices indigenous societies faced during the colonial period: to resist, to adapt, or to seek survival through selective alliance. Unanswered questions: how far did Achagua influence extend across the Llanos before European contact? Were they once part of a larger Arawakan network that included other powerful groups, or were they primarily regional players? And to what extent did Achagua descendants help shape the cultural identity of the modern Lanero people? These questions continue to inspire research as linguists, archaeologists, and historians piece together the Achagua's place in South American history. Echoes of the plains today. The Llanos still echo with the sounds of rushing rivers, wind in the grass, and the calls of waterbirds. In this vast openness, it is possible to imagine Achagua canoes gliding along the waterways, carrying goods, messages, and stories between distant villages. Their name survives in historical records and in the memories of descendant communities, a reminder of a people who knew how to live in harmony with the cycles of flood and drought, abundance and scarcity. And perhaps, in the shimmer of the Orinoco at sunset, one can still catch a glimpse of the world the Achagua once commanded, a world defined not by walls or empires, but by the flowing paths of rivers beneath the endless sky. The Saladoid culture, navigators of the Caribbean, dawn in the deep past of the Caribbean long before European ships carved their wakes through turquoise waters. Another wave of voyagers spread across the islands. They were skilled seafarers, master potters, and cultivators of the land, the people we now call the Saladoid. From their first landfalls, more than 2 millennia ago, they shaped the cultural and agricultural foundations of the Antilles, leaving behind traces that still lie hidden beneath soil and sand. The first arrivals archaeologists traced the origins of the Saladoid culture to the lower Orinoco River basin in what is now Venezuela. Around 500 BCE, these early communities began pushing northward in dugout canoes, following currents and island chains into the Caribbean. The reasons for this great migration remain uncertain. It may have been driven by population growth, the search for new fertile lands, or a tradition of long-distance exploration deeply rooted in their way of life. Whatever the cause, their journey would transform the islands forever. Island pioneers, the Saladoid, were among the first agricultural peoples to fully settle the lesser and island by island. They carried their crops, tools, and traditions, establishing permanent villages where none had existed before. Their movement was deliberate, with each settlement forming a link in a growing chain across the Caribbean. This network allowed for the exchange of goods, ideas, and even marriage partners between communities separated by dozens, sometimes hundreds of miles of open water. Agriculture and sustenance. Unlike earlier Caribbean peoples who relied heavily on fishing and foraging, the Saladoid brought a fully developed agricultural toolkit. They planted cassava, maize, beans, sweet potatoes, and a variety of tropical fruits. Cassava was particularly vital. Though toxic in its raw form, the Saladoid perfected methods to process it safely into a flour that could be stored and traded. They supplemented their crops with fishing, shellfish gathering, and hunting small game. Coastal settlements often revealed piles of conch shells and fish bones, the remains of countless communal feasts. Pottery and craftsmanship. The Saladoid are perhaps best known for their distinctive ceramics. Their pottery featured smooth, burnished surfaces, intricate painted designs, and modeled adornments depicting animals, humans, and geometric patterns. These vessels were not merely functional, they carried symbolic meaning, used in rituals, and as markers of identity. They also crafted stone tools, beads, and ornaments from shell and bone. Archaeologists often find these items far from their points of origin. evidence of trade across islands. Village life. Saladoid villages were often built near the coast or along rivers, providing easy access to both farmland and marine resources. Houses were typically round or oval, made of wood and thatch, and arranged around open communal spaces. Social organization appears to have been based on kinship, with extended families working together to farm, fish, and maintain their households. The communal plaza was a center of daily interaction, a place for sharing food, holding ceremonies, and strengthening social bonds. Beliefs and rituals, although no written records survive. Archaeological evidence suggests the Saladoid maintained a rich spiritual life. Their decorated pottery and figurines may have represented deities, ancestors, or protective spirits. Burial practices varied, with some individuals interred beneath house floors and others in dedicated cemeteries. Grave goods often included pottery, tools, and ornaments, suggesting belief in an afterlife where such items would be useful. Masters of the sea. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Saladoid culture was their maritime skill. Navigating between islands required deep knowledge of currents, winds, and the positions of stars. Their canoes, carved from massive tree trunks, were capable of carrying families, cargo, and supplies for long voyages. These journeys were not random. They followed predictable seasonal patterns, linking communities and enabling the movement of goods like cassava bread, pottery, and exotic shells used for ornamentation. Interaction with other cultures. The Saladoid did not remain alone. In the islands, over time, they came into contact and sometimes competition with other indigenous groups, including later migrations of Arawakan and Caribbean-speaking peoples. In some places, cultural blending occurred, producing hybrid pottery styles and shared traditions. In others, tensions may have led to displacement or conflict, though the details remain largely hidden in the archaeological record. Archaeological footprints today. The Saladoid legacy survives in the form of shell-midden, ceramic fragments, and traces of their settlements buried beneath layers of soil. Sites across the Lesser Antilles from Trinidad and Tobago to Puerto Rico preserve evidence of their passage. One of the key clues to their origins is the remarkable similarity between Saladoid pottery in the islands and ceramics from the lower Orinoco region. This link confirms their South American roots and charts the course of their expansion. The waning of the Saladoid era by around 600 to 800 CE. The distinct Saladoid cultural style began to fade in many regions. New waves of migrants brought different traditions, and local adaptations evolved. Yet this was not a disappearance so much as a transformation. Elements of Saladoid language, agriculture, and craft lived on in the cultures that followed. Some communities continued to produce Saladoid-style pottery for centuries, even as their way of life adapted to new influences. Legacy. The Saladoid were the architects of the first sustained agricultural societies in much of the Caribbean. They laid the foundation for the complex networks of trade and communication that would persist into the era of European arrival. Their ability to navigate open waters and create thriving communities on distant shores speaks to a level of organization and knowledge often underestimated in pre-Columbian Caribbean history. Unanswered questions what drove the Saladoid to leave the Orinoco and embark on such an ambitious migration. How did they manage long sea voyages with families, crops, and animals aboard? And to what extent did their cultural identity persist beneath the surface of the societies that replaced them? These questions remain open, and each archaeological discovery brings us closer to understanding the scope of their achievements. Echoes on the Sharan quiet Caribbean beaches. Fragments of pottery still wash ashore. Red, white, and black patterns faded, but not gone. They are the echoes of hands that shaped clay, sailed the seas, and planted the first gardens on islands that had never known such abundance. The Saladoid are gone. Yet in the rhythm of waves, the scent of cassava baking, and the enduring trade routes of the Caribbean, their presence lingers, a whisper from a time when the first great navigators of these waters set their course by the stars.